This child was abandoned and sold into slavery simply because of a disability. A severed nerve left his face in a permanent, unsettling smile. A man obsessed with slaves bought him. When the man saw the boy's father's incredibly broad back, he himself was surprised that a man so powerful would sell his own son. He dreamed of creating the ultimate warrior slave, so he threw the boy into the arena. He instructed the champion there to train the boy carefully. The champion glanced at the child, full of doubt. This was no place for a kid. Surviving for 1 week would be a miracle, but the boy not only survived, he ate well and was full of energy. He grew up surrounded by blood and gore, becoming the strongest monster in this place. That day, while scooping ice, he heard people talking above him. 2 young men showed up to place a bet. The curly-haired guy lured his underclassmen into gambling. He said, "Let's just give it a shot. As long as you're breathing, you can win it all back." The other young man was hesitant, saying they'd have nothing to eat if they didn't work. But before he knew it, Curly Hair had snatched his tuition money pouch. He panicked, but the scoundrel had already tossed the pouch of money onto the betting table. That was money his parents had painstakingly saved, down to the very last coin. Even his little sister was placing all her faith in him. Thinking of this, his fists clenched. Why did he ever listen to that despicable upperclassman? In the arena, a criminal from the north stepped out. He had murdered countless people. His body was massive, and he carried a large, spiked mace. The entire stadium erupted with cheers. But this wasn't the fighter they had placed their bet on. Curly Hair spoke up. "We bet on Happy Face." Hearing the name, the other guy was bewildered. It sounded like a joke, like someone pathetically weak. Looking down at the arena floor, his expression grew even more grim. This was a life-or-death arena, not a place for clowns. William froze in shock, because that fighter wasn't wearing a single piece of armor. He yelled in a panic, "That guy doesn't look like a fighter at all." His eyes were vacant, as if he were sick, completely lifeless. He wasn't even carrying a weapon. This was clearly a suicide mission. The audience shot William a contemptuous look. What an idiot. Just you watch. The bald opponent, feeling disrespected, became furious. He tensed his body, tightened his grip on the iron mace, and prepared to charge. He swung the mace with all his might, knocking his opponent far away, sending him tumbling across the ground. The boy's body trembled as he struggled to stand back up. The sight made William so worried that he screamed out loud, "Run! Grab a weapon! Do you want to die here?" Perhaps he was also worried about his lost tuition money. The bald guy charged again, yelling smugly, "I'll make this quick for you." Even in grave danger, Happy Face still had a smile on his face. William blinked in disbelief. How did he block that? Happy leaned away to dodge the blow, spun 180 degrees in midair, and kicked the bald guy right in the face. The entire stadium erupted in cheers. With his very next move, Happy Face knocked the bald guy out cold. Then he unleashed a flurry of countless strikes, leaving his opponent standing there like a punching bag. A display of absolute dominance. Ultimately, Happy Face was declared the winner of the match. William stood there stunned, unable to believe that the fighter had actually won. The manager walked over and handed William his winnings, but it was only a single coin, leaving him completely bewildered. It turned out the curly-haired guy had pulled a fast one on him. Happy's match was just an undercard fight, with his victory being almost a sure thing. He returned the tuition money, teasingly calling William a real coward. The subsequent matches were just as William had expected, tense and brutal. He left the place less than 10 minutes later. He went back to the academy to pay his tuition. Then he sat down and studied, just like any other day. But when he closed his eyes, that image reappeared in his mind. The image of the fighter, Happy Face, haunted him even in his dreams. William jolted awake just as the sun was rising, utterly exhausted. He sought out the curly-haired senior, startling the older student. William proposed, "Hey, let's go back there again today." The next morning, sunlight streamed in as Depbringer awoke. He sat up, clutching his aching chest. Behind him, another prisoner chuckled while eating. "You really slept like a log after passing out in the arena. You'd better get warmed up." "Buddy," Depbringer glanced toward the source of the noise, his eyes narrowing slightly. Yifei was practicing on a straw dummy, just as Depbringer was about to ask a question. A burly man chimed in. You were lucky to fight him, you know. He always adjusts his power to match his opponent, so he can please the crowd without having to kill anyone. Hearing this, Deathbringer let out a scornful laugh. Adjusting his power, you say, he tried to make an excuse. I just slipped up a bit, and landing that kick was just a coincidence. If I were stronger? But before he could finish, the big guy looked at him and said in a heavy voice, "Luck ran out a long time ago." Hearing that, Deathbringer frowned and let out a soft, restrained grunt. The man pointed to a pile of corpses being dragged away and tossed into a bin. Luck is already in there. Deathbringer's hands trembled with anger, but the man continued, "Calm down, I'm just telling the truth." Just then, Happy Face spoke up with a smile. "If you want to fight, take it to the ring." The other guy immediately knelt and replied, "Yes, sir," standing nearby. Deathbringer was completely stunned. He turned his head to look behind him. The prisoners just lowered their heads in silence. He scoffed. "Ha, is that kid the leader here?" That greenhorn Deathbringer boasted again. "Are you all trembling because he beat me? He just got lucky in that match." Looking around, he thought to himself that everyone here was just a bunch of kids. "This is my place now. If I can take him down, I'll be in charge." A deep voice cut in. "Hey, kid." Happy turned and walked over. The large man asked, "How did you get sold into this place as a slave's aid, a prisoner of war, or were you captured?" Maintaining his smile, Happy replied, "I was sold here at birth. That's what I was told," Deathbringer said in surprise. "In this cage?" Happy nodded. "That's right. They raised me and taught me to fight." Deathbringer was skeptical. "If they're stronger than you, why are they afraid of you?" Happy let out a soft laugh, then corrected himself. "Ah, my mistake." In an instant, Happy's shirt was ripped away. It revealed a solid body covered in scars, both old and new, while his face still held an innocent smile. Happy said slowly, "Everyone who taught me is already dead." Deathbringer froze for a moment upon hearing that. Happy continued, "Now, there's no one left strong enough to guide me or even fight me. They're all just rookies." He reached out his hand, and Deathbringer immediately became wary. He flinched reflexively, but Happy only touched his shoulder lightly and whispered, "Just like you." Rubbing his head thoughtfully, he continued, "That's why I have to evaluate the rookies. I let myself get hurt on purpose to get them excited." Those words struck Deathbringer, leaving him completely stunned. The match replayed in his mind. When he swung his club, Happy just smiled, grabbed the spike, and even winked at him. It turned out it was all intentional, not because he was actually strong. Fear surged through him as Deathbringer thought to himself, "Are you messing with me?" Happy placed a hand on his shoulder, his eyes gleaming. He smiled softly and said, "There's no need to fight during our break. Sooner or later, we're all going to die in this arena anyway." Deathbringer was so panicked his eyes welled up with tears, and he stammered, "Hey." Happy suddenly raised his hand, clenching his fist, but he unleashed an incredibly powerful punch at the straw dummy standing nearby. The straw dummy instantly shattered into pieces. Terrified, Deathbringer dropped to his knees, trembling. The big guy just muttered, "It's always like this for the new guys." Meanwhile, William held a ticket for the arena, but the name on it was Tickstein. He frowned, wondering, "What's a Tickstein? Is it a nickname?" This was the ticket from the person who had invited him to come along. The man had clapped William on the shoulder, laughing as he said, "Hey, I'm heading to the tavern, so I'll be out. Take this ticket and place a bet for me," he added. "The betting amount is written right on it." William just thought to himself, "I only want to see Happy fight one more time. I'm not a gambling addict." Then he joined the crowd and entered the arena. Elsewhere, at the gravekeeper's house, the old man, with a shovel slung over his shoulder, called out loudly, "Saga, let's head to the arena and clear out the bodies." Saga immediately replied, "Yes, master." A short while later, the two of them arrived, seeing the bodies strewn everywhere. The old man remarked, "Must have been a big match yesterday. I wonder if one cartload will be enough to carry them all." Pulling the cart, Saga reassured him, I'll make sure to arrange them neatly, sir." The old man nodded in satisfaction. The old man thought to himself, "I only hired him a month ago and he's this efficient. He's definitely a reliable man." Down below, Saga carefully loaded each corpse onto the cart. He examined the hand of one corpse closely, then moved to another, continuing to observe the wounds. Then, suddenly, Saga noticed something strange, thinking to himself that most of the bodies had similar injuries. The size and location of the wounds all indicated they had been beaten with bare hands. But those were old wounds, not from the most recent fight. Saga grew suspicious. Weapons were clearly used here, so why were there so many bodies beaten by bare hands, as he was thinking? The old man called out loudly, "Saga, come here." He hurried over and asked, "What is it, sir?" The old man pointed at a corpse, his voice filled with worry. "He looks like the person from the missing person flyer. At first I thought I was mistaken because he has no hair or eyebrows left. But the mole and the teeth are a match." Then he cursed angrily. "Those bastards, a member of the royal family, has been missing for a month, and now he's a corpse in the arena." He handed Saga the flyer, and Saga looked at it pensively. He turned back, his eyes filled with determination, and said, "I will report this to the Lord and the church immediately." But the old man grabbed his hand, saying hurriedly, "Don't do that. It's too dangerous." He advised Saga, "The king is hot-tempered. Even if we explain, he'll suspect us of taking the royal's hair and selling his body parts." The old man sighed and continued, "It's best to just bury this matter." Saga stared at him for a moment. Then he called out softly, "Boss." He looked straight ahead, his gaze unwavering, and said, "Those who commit crimes must be punished. Even if it costs me my life, I will uphold what is right." Saga pulled away and left, saying, "I'm going now." The old man was stunned into silence, watching his retreating figure. The old man thought to himself, "I must have chosen the wrong person." Saga remained resolute, saying, "Everyone involved with this arena must pay for their crimes." Meanwhile, William was thinking, just one more time. His eyes were locked on the arena floor as he told himself, just one more fight. The sun was shining harshly. Suddenly, dark clouds rolled in, completely blocking out the sun. The weather changed in an instant. A bolt of lightning tore across the sky, and then the rain began to fall. A young noblewoman from a family of 4 stood inside, looking out her window. As the rain poured down, she opened the door in a panic. "Oh my, what strange weather I have to bring the things in quickly." She hurried outside as the rain grew heavier and heavier. Suddenly, she saw a strange sight. In front of her house was a troop of fully armored soldiers holding gleaming spears. "What's going on?" she wondered. The soldiers were lined up in a long formation, led by a man with silver hair and deep blue eyes. The girl continued to watch, wondering why the royal knights were here. The entire troop was advancing towards an old castle. Suddenly, the leader slammed his staff into the ground, causing the earth to sink deep. He shouted, his voice stern and cold, "Listen carefully. The one who killed the royal is hiding in this area." He continued to command, "Drag all of those rats out, and don't miss a single one. Anyone who resists is to be cut down on the spot. Is that clear?" The soldiers responded in unison. "Yes, sir." Back in the arena, the atmosphere was fiery as the matches continued. William thought to himself, except for Happy's match, these other fights are a complete joke. A whistle blew, signaling the end of the match, and the loser was dragged away. The announcer stepped out, his voice booming as he declared the start of the main event. He clasped his hands together and bowed solemnly. "Ladies and gentlemen, do you remember the murderer who shook the entire city last month?" Upon hearing this, the audience erupted into a frenzy of discussion. A serial killer. Could it really be him? The announcer continued. "He has killed both guards and patrolmen, and he goes by the nickname Nightmare Spectre." The entire stadium roared. Everyone knew of him, but he was supposed to be on death row. The host then shouted, "He is now present in the arena, and this will be his first match." As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed towards the entrance. And of course, his opponent is Happy Face. He walked out with his usual innocent smile, just like always. The moment William saw Happy Face, he began to watch intently. The announcer shouted with excitement, "And now it is time for the Nightmare Spectre to appear. On the other side, a man with brown hair stood with a sinister grin. He was the Nightmare Spectre, with a grotesque face, high cheekbones, and cold, sharp eyes. Getting to kill people while being fed and housed, this is practically heaven. He licked his lips grotesquely and said, "My turn to enter the ring." Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him. It was the commander of the Royal Knights. He advanced slowly, a sharp sword in hand, his icy voice ringing out. This criminal should have been dead long ago. Why is he here? The Nightmare Spectre turned around, his eyes filled with panic as he recognized the man. The commander's face hardened, his gaze chilling. Lucas has gathered all the prisoners. The Empire must be behind this. The Nightmare Spectre suddenly glanced behind the commander. His eyes widened, as if he had noticed something unusual. The wooden door behind them was slightly ajar. He thought to himself, "You." He looked down at the blade in his hand, a thought striking him. They even provide weapons here. He immediately made his move. This is my chance to escape. He aimed the blade at the commander. His face twisted like a wild beast's, but the commander did not hesitate for a second. He swung his sword, and with a cold slash, the man's upper torso flew into the air. In the stands, the announcer started to panic because the fighter still had not come out. The audience murmured in discontent. "Is this a joke? There is no murderer here." A sudden shout rang out. "Wait, look over there." Hearing the commotion, William turned to look. The person who appeared was not the Nightmare Spectre, but the Royal Commander. The stadium erupted once more. What is he doing here? He cannot be a fighter too. That is absurd. The commander spoke, and the entire stadium fell silent. All of you, his gaze seemed to pierce through every single person. "Kneel now," he declared. "From this moment on, everyone here is a suspect in the murder of the royal family." Soldiers immediately flooded in from all directions. William turned around. Bewildered, someone shouted loudly, "I am innocent. Get away from me." William's eyes widened in terror as he saw the tip of a sword flash past, stopping right behind the person who had just yelled. The man's face turned deathly pale. The soldier drew his sword and spoke in a cold voice, stating the king's order was to kill anyone who resisted. Everyone had to kneel. William trembled and dropped to his knees, not daring to move. The announcer, also terrified, quickly knelt in the middle of the arena. The commander's voice was stern. "Did you not hear my order?" He looked over at Happy Face, but the young man was still smiling brightly without a trace of fear. The commander started to get annoyed. How dare he disrespect him? But this guy? Happy's eyes were fixed on the blade in the man's hand, where the blood of a night fiend still remained. His eyes glinted like a predator's as he suddenly lunged forward without a word. The commander didn't flinch, merely glancing over, thinking that this whole bunch just loved to be defiant. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Happy suddenly stopped his charge, his legs bending with such force that the ground beneath him cracked. The commander's blade swept past his face. The commander was stunned. His blade had nearly hit his opponent's head. He thought to himself, "I haven't even used my technique yet," and he stopped. What the hell is going on? Suddenly, Happy Face dropped low, poising on the balls of his feet. Before the commander could even react, he launched himself forward like a wild beast, that same bizarre smile plastered on his face. For the first time, a flicker of fear showed in the commander's eyes at the sudden attack. Happy Face grabbed his opponent's upper body and slammed his head hard into the commander's forehead. Both the soldiers and the audience were stunned into silence, still grinning from ear to ear. Happy Face flipped behind the commander, landing softly on his feet. The commander roared with rage. "You bastard!" He tightened his grip on his sword, his strength and speed increasing. He spun around, swinging his sword in a furious arc. His eyes suddenly narrowed, as if he had seen something horrifying. Happy Face was standing there completely still, just a few steps away. It was the same situation as before. He was standing perfectly still. The commander's blade froze in midair, the distance now too close for a proper swing. He glanced at his opponent's hands, thinking to himself that it was too late to back away. His eyes widened in realization. The only option left was to execute a perfect strike. He had to seize the perfect moment. But while he hesitated, Happy Face unleashed a powerful punch straight to his face. his face contorted into the expression of a homicidal maniac thoroughly enjoying his game. The punch was so powerful it sent the large commander flying backward. His mouth hung agape, unable to close. William saw everything but couldn't believe what was unfolding before his eyes. But the commander wasn't going to be taken down that easily. He sprang back to his feet, his eyes razor-sharp, looking as if he wanted to eat his opponent alive. William watched intently, his heart pounding with worry for Happy Face. What would happen now? The commander tightened his grip on his sword, a confident smirk spreading across his face. He lunged forward with a powerful slash, but when he stopped, he only saw a thick cloud of dust. Happy Face had vanished without a trace. Then, out of nowhere, Happy Face rushed in, delivering a kick that sent the commander tumbling. His face slammed hard into the ground as he struggled to look up. Happy Face was still smiling, his entire body emanating a heavy, dark aura, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Suddenly, a volley of arrows shot straight toward him. He caught nearly all of them, but one arrow struck him in the back, causing him to collapse. The commander struggled to his feet, hissing. "Damn it!" A soldier from above called out, "Are you all right, sir?" He wiped the blood from his nose, his face filled with suspicion. What the hell is going on? His forehead was drenched in sweat, his eyes wide as he stared. What in the world is he? What scared him the most was the sight of Happy Face lying motionless, an arrow in his neck, yet still smiling with delight. His hand gripping the blade began to tremble, as if he were standing before a real demon. He clutched his wound, looking at the boy with a gaze that felt like he was being scorned to his very core. Though filled with rage, he could only think, he won't submit even in death. He stood up, drew his blade, and slowly approached. "Then let me behead you as you wish." Just then, a tall, heavy-set man covered in rings shouted, "Stop!" The commander glanced over and saw the man rushing toward him. The commander lowered his blade as Lucas panted. He thinks this is an arena match. He knows nothing of the outside world. Lucas pointed at Happy Face. His voice was urgent. He's just a dog. He sees anyone in armor and thinks it's a one-on-one duel. He's just a trained dog. The commander looked at Happy Face, giving himself time to think, but that smile remained fixed on the boy's face. Lucas quickly added, "That expression is because of a birth defect. Damaged nerves cause his facial muscles to be permanently locked like that." The commander listened in disbelief. Lucas grew more flustered, sweat pouring down. "But it's the truth, sir." He recounted Happy Face's past. He's been like that since he was a child. Everyone thought he was always happy, even when his parents abandoned him. He was smiling as he went to look for them. When in pain, he still maintained that smile, which only terrified people more, even when his guardian was on their deathbed. His expression still looked joyful. Happy Face was called a demon, tortured in prison, but he survived thanks to his fighting prowess. Lucas concluded, "He just can't express his emotions. Every time he's actually scared, hurt, and desperate, back in the present." Lucas continued to speak, his voice echoing, and yet no one would believe him. His gaze fell upon Happy Face, who was still smiling through the pain. "Look, even though he's struggling to breathe, his face looks happy." Every word Lucas said reached William's ears. The world was captivated by that appearance, which is why they sought him out. The more he spoke, the more Lucas revealed his sinister aura, and I was so captivated that I didn't run. He said he came for Happy, that this was his way of repaying the joy he had never experienced before in his life. Meanwhile, Happy Face just stared intently at the cold, gleaming blade. The commander suddenly raised his blade and advanced on Lucas, his voice growing colder. "The beasts here are nothing but walking corpses." He struck Lucas turn hard across the face with the flat of his blade, making him take the full force of the blow. Afterward, Lucas was convicted and hanged along with the arena operators from that day. The king watched from above as the 4 condemned men dangled, his anger slowly subsiding. Inside the execution day prison, a few inmates screamed out that they didn't want to die in this place. Some sobbed quietly, trapped in their cells. William sat trembling in his cell, hugging himself tightly to stay calm. The wails echoed around him. "I heard everyone involved is already dead. Now it's our turn." William was terrified. his mind filled with dark thoughts. How did it come to this execution? What did I even do wrong? He clutched his head, muttering, "Please spare me, please." I confess my guilt. Happy Face sat across from him. He was still smiling brightly as he asked, "Are you okay?" William slowly looked over at Happy Face. Seeing him, William shot to his feet. "Happy Face, when did you get here?" He replied cheerfully. "We've been locked in here together since yesterday." He said it matter-of-factly. "I saw you were muttering to yourself, so I didn't say anything." Hearing this, William calmed down a bit, thinking, so I really was out of it. But then he remembered the sight of Happy Face in combat, and a chill ran down his spine. William asked, "You're the one I should be asking. Weren't you hit by arrows?" Happy Face laughed and replied, "Yeah, I got hit a few times, but I was just pretending to lie still with those arrows sticking out of me." He smiled innocently. "I'm fine." William was stunned. He couldn't believe it. You're impossible to understand." He recalled what Lucas Turn said, that his facial nerves were damaged so he couldn't show expression, that he was always scared and panicked. He sat down and asked again, "So you're scared too?" Right," Happy Face beamed. "Of course I am. We're about to die. After all." William was speechless, not knowing what to say. He lowered his head, thinking, His face and his words don't match at all. It's ridiculous. Suddenly, Happy Face asked, "Is something funny?" William flinched and quickly said, "No, I didn't mean it like that. It's just that I saw you smiling. So, no, I mean, even though you're not really smiling. What I meant was..." Happy Face cut him off. "It's okay. Everyone's like that." William was taken aback. Yeah. He averted his gaze and sank into thought. The two of them were complete opposites, one smiling innocently, the other sitting weighed down by despair, even though they were waiting to die. Being next to him felt less tense. Suddenly, a guard shouted, "By order of the king, prisoners with families may have their relatives come forward to prove their innocence." The news spread quickly, causing a stir among everyone. "What?" The guard continued. "Anyone who can be proven innocent will be released." William shot up, listening intently. "Those who cannot be proven innocent will be executed." An hour later, William's family arrived. His younger sister rushed in, crying, "William." His parents and siblings embraced him tightly. His father asked, "How did you get mixed up in this?" William was choked with emotion, only able to say, "Mom, Dad, I'm so sorry." His cheerful little sister asked, "Brother, where are we?" William's family hugged each other, his parents overcome with worry, from inside the cell. Happy Face looked out, witnessing the warm reunion. William suddenly turned back as if he remembered something and called out softly, "Happy." Unexpectedly, his father placed a hand on his head. The touch was so familiar. It had been the same since he was a child. His father spoke in a calm but firm voice. "That's the kind of life you live when you don't have a family." Hearing this, William felt a heavy pressure on his shoulders, and his whole body began to tremble. When he was young, he had heard those same words, that they were born as slaves, their fate sealed from the moment they entered the world. Back then, all he could do was tremble, his eyes brimming with tears. Father, even though he was grown, William couldn't escape that old fear, but that wasn't a reason for them to be executed. He remembered his childhood, when his father made him look up at the perilous palace. His father suddenly grew angry, pulling him away and snapping him out of the memory. As he dragged him along, his father shouted, "Shut your mouth and follow me." William's eyes were lifeless, his body moving like a puppet on strings. He had no strength left to resist. "I'm still as weak as I was back then," he thought to himself. His mind grew heavy, and he couldn't control his own body. Everything around him seemed to fade into darkness. Suddenly, Happy Face spoke in a gentle voice. "It's okay." William froze, his eyes still vacant, his feet feeling as if they were glued to the ground. He had no idea that behind him, Happy Face's wound was still bleeding. The commander glanced down and saw William's entire family walking out. A soldier came to report that the innocent had been released. The commander nodded and ordered, "Then drag the rest of them to the execution block." Suddenly, the soldier added, "But there is one other matter of note, a special case concerning a gladiator." The commander frowned and paused. "What is it?" Looking at the letter, an image of Lucas Tan appeared in his mind. Previously, Lucas had revealed that a gladiator was a follower of the church and had made a large donation. The soldier continued, "According to church law, he will not be executed, but will live as a slave to atone for his sins. Phuc Vuong has already approved." The commander turned and asked, "So, who is it?" The gladiator answered immediately. He didn't have a real name, only his gladiator moniker. The commander suddenly remembered. Happy Face. He turned away, lost in thought. So that's what Lucas Dunn meant. He recalled Lucas Dunn's words, "It's a gift for the joy I never had." The commander gazed into the distance, wondering who Happy Face could be for Lucas to protect him so fiercely. A week later, at the slave market, the atmosphere was bleak, with Happy Face locked inside a small iron cage. A man walked by, glanced over, and said to a guard, "Is this guy insane? Why is he just sitting in there laughing all the time?" Another guard replied indifferently, "Who knows? No one's going to buy a guy like that. The church doesn't need more slaves, so selling him cheap is pointless." Suddenly, someone pointed a cane at the cage. "I'll buy him." The guard turned around, surprised. But he's not a child." The person tapped Happy Face's face with the cane. "I mean the one who's crying so pitifully." A look of confusion flickered in Happy Face's eyes. A silver-haired old woman spoke softly, "I will buy him." To her, Happy Face was crying a pitiful cry, in a cozy house, at a dinner table filled with food and candlelight. A young woman asked, "You bought a slave?" She sounded worried. "Why would you do that? Is it just going to be you and him in the house now?" An older man sitting across from her tried to reassure her. "We're getting old. It's good to have some help around." A servant then carefully brought a glass of beer to him. He placed a chicken leg on his daughter's plate, but she was still worried. "Even so, this world is full of dangers. How can we trust a slave?" he replied. "He seems like a gentle soul. Don't worry. Your mother is an excellent judge of character." She looked at her father seriously. "I'm free tomorrow. I'll come by to see for myself whether he can be trusted." The sun slowly set behind the humble rooftop. Happy Face, Lucas, Depbringer, Karina. As the tall young man entered the house, the old woman said, "First, go take a bath and change your clothes. You haven't changed since you got here. Have you?" He slammed the door shut, startling her. She frowned. "Didn't those people feed you at all?" Then she gave him a gentle push. "Hurry and get in the bath. I'll cook you a meal." As she started preparing, she added, "This is just for the first day, but starting tomorrow, if you want to eat, you have to work. You hear me?" he asked in surprise. "Work? Does that mean fighting?" The old woman was taken aback. She quickly replied, "Fighting? Heavens, no, don't say such morbid things." As he turned and walked towards the bathroom, she continued speaking. "You'll be washing dishes, cleaning, and gathering firewood for the winter. Now go on, get in the bath." He stepped into the bathroom, a cheerful expression on his face. Piece by piece, he removed his tattered clothes. He then gently dipped his foot into the water, expecting the water to be cold. He was involuntarily reminded of all his past hardships, but the water was surprisingly warm, and the feeling of it against his skin made him smile. The grime washed off his leg as he thought, "It's so warm." He slowly submerged himself, a refreshing sensation spreading through his body. His face flushed and his smile grew brighter. This was the first time Happy Face had ever experienced warm water. It felt as if all his pain was melting away. This place had clothes to wear, hot food to eat. The house and its people were all warm. After sharing a meal with her, she gently applied medicine to his wounds. Her hands were gentle as she tended to each wound carefully. She muttered, "Those people were so cruel. These cuts just won't stop bleeding. There, all done. They'll heal up quickly now." He spoke softly. "Excuse me." "Ma'am." She was taken aback by the formal address and said, "Just call me Grandma," he asked curiously. "Grandma," she replied. "What is it?" he answered. "May I go outside?" They both fell silent, neither saying another word as she continued to carefully apply the medicine. He stepped out into the yard as the twilight faded. He looked up, raising his hand toward the sun. The light filtered through his fingers, illuminating his youthful face. Even though he was older now, the world outside still felt strange, but he could feel its genuine warmth. It was completely different from the faint light that used to peek through the iron bars all those years ago. Back then, he was just a curious little boy with big, round eyes. A man had told him, "Happy. The world beyond the window is much bigger than you think." The man had long hair and a scar on his face, and he said the world was vast. If you were free, you'd understand that you could go anywhere, and now he had finally stepped into that world. He glanced back at the house, remembering the old woman's words, "If you want to leave, then go. I can't keep you here." His eyes darkened for a moment, a cold glint flashing within them. He turned back to the house with a radiant expression. "I've seen enough for now. Grandma." He slowly walked toward the old woman. It was like he was taking his first steps in life. Slow, but steady. He lunged forward and hugged her tightly, whispering softly, "Father." The old man couldn't hide his emotion, his heart filled with joy. Now it was the old woman's turn to look at him with that very same expression. The boy smiled brightly, rolling up his sleeves to clear the table. "From now on, I'll work hard." The old woman squinted her eyes in a smile and replied simply, "Very good." Suddenly, the door opened, and an old man called inside, "Dear, come out here for a second." Then he froze, his eyes widening. In front of him stood Happy, now a tall young man, wearing an apron and mopping the floor. The old woman came out of her room, smiling happily. "Oh, you're home." The old man scratched his head, flustered. "You didn't tell me we had a kid staying with us." The little girl hugged him tightly. She only came up to his shoulder and yelled, "You're such a child." He forced a smile. "Yeah, is that so?" He worried inwardly. "If Winnie finds out tomorrow, all hell will break loose." The old man said, "Let's all live well together from now on." The boy smiled and said, "Yes." They were like a family with grandparents and a grandchild. The boy's eyes shone with joy, looking at the reflection of the three of them in the glass. He felt truly happy. It was the first time he had ever had such a warm day. The scene changes. A rock flies in and shatters the glass. And at that same moment, William was enduring the coldest night of his life in his messy bedroom. The desk was covered with crumpled letters filled with curses. "Get out, you barbarian. Some top student you are. Just kill yourself." News from the arena had spread throughout the academy all week. William was being treated like a criminal. And despite his pleas of innocence, he couldn't escape the verdict that he just stood by and watched the royal family die. At that time, he had been present at the arena. Even though he didn't see a thing, he was still stripped of all his titles, and his scholarship was completely revoked. The academy scheduled his expulsion, and everyone turned their backs on him. William stood outside the headmaster's office, watching through the glass as his father knelt down, begging endlessly, "Please just give him one more chance. You know he's not like that. It's all this terrible father's fault. Please just give him another chance." William gritted his teeth, unable to bear the sight. Why did he have to go through this? He quietly turned and walked away. He banged on a dorm room door, yelling, "Senior, get out here. This card is yours, isn't it? Come out and say it. Tell them I'm innocent," he screamed, pounding on the door relentlessly. "I've never even seen a royal. I'm innocent." The door suddenly flew open, startling William. The senior cracked the door open. He gave him a cold look and said, "You saw me play once and think we're buddies. Get lost. You barbarian." William was stunned, unable to believe what he was hearing. The door opened completely, revealing a room full of people. The senior dragged him in to make a spectacle of him. Look at him trying to shift the blame. "How pathetic, you bastard!" The whole room erupted in laughter. What is he even doing? He clenched the card tightly in his hand. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he lunged forward, heading straight for the senior. He intended to beat him to death with that card. But reality isn't a dream, and he was quickly restrained. The two guys holding him back said, "Are you trying to kill someone now? You've really lost it." No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break free. The senior sneered, "Hey, you're definitely getting expelled now." William struggled and spat right in his face, shouting, "Shut up, you piece of trash." That night, William was kicked out of the dorms, with his official punishment postponed until the next morning. William didn't dare go home, instead wandering aimlessly through the forest with a heavy heart. Thinking of his family, he whispered, "Mom, Dad, I'm so sorry. I don't know what to do anymore." At that exact moment, Happy was in the forest gathering ingredients. He smiled and asked, "Hey, are you okay?" William froze at the sight of Happy. He blurted out, "What are you doing here? I thought you were dead." Happy grinned brightly, holding up a colorful mushroom. "I was sleeping, but I got hungry, so I came out to find something to eat. Here, try some." He offered the mushroom. William looked at it suspiciously. "That's a poisonous mushroom." "Oh my God," Happy yelped and threw it away. That was a close call. As the two were chatting cheerfully, a group of people watched them secretly from a distance. The one in the hat asked his accomplice, "Are you sure it's him?" The other guy replied, "I saw him come out of the Noble Academy. He's definitely a noble's kid," the man asked again. "And who's the guy with him?" "A noble phantom." At that moment, William and Happy hadn't noticed a thing and were still joking around. William blurted out, "He looks decent enough." The man replied that he's the village idiot, and every noble has someone like that with them. After they finished talking, the group revealed their killing intent and drew their weapons. One of them sneered, "It's been a while since we've had a chance to strike gold." "Meanwhile," William asked, "are you that old lady's slave now?" Happy nodded. "Yep. Just keep going straight and you'll find her." William was a bit worried. "But aren't you afraid to be out like this?" Happy replied. "She only forbids it if it interferes with my work." William wondered. She must be a very kind person. "Huh. To be so concerned after just meeting you." Happy laughed dryly. "I think I'm probably about to die." Happy turned to ask, "Are you okay now? Why were you crying earlier?" William hung his head sadly. "Ah, about that." Before he could finish, the bandits appeared. Their leader, wearing a hat, raised his longsword and asked, "What's a noble like you doing up here on the mountain?" The two looked at each other in confusion, but they showed no fear. The rest of the bandits immediately surrounded them, their weapons drawn and ready. William ordered in a cold voice, "Happy, get down." Before Happy could understand what was happening, William was already bowing deeply, holding out a pouch of money. He trembled, taking out the gold and saying in a weak voice, "Please spare my life. I'll give you everything I have." The bandits erupted in laughter but didn't retreat. Their leader clapped and said, "Oh, you're a smart one." He pointed his knife threateningly. "But our target is your parents. You're just the appetizer." He shouted, "Tie him up." The entire group immediately rushed forward, and William yelled, "Wait! I'm not a noble." They began to search them, and one of the men pulled out his basket. Happy saw the food inside and grinned. "Ha ha ha ha! What's all this?" But before he could celebrate, he was punched right in the face. He went tumbling to the ground. The bandits were startled and enraged. One of them yelled, "Why did he fall? What just happened?" Happy maintained his sly grin. The bandit realized something was off and screamed, "You did that, didn't you?" Just then, Happy raised his hand. He slapped him right across the face. The powerful blow stunned the man, causing him to collapse on the spot. The rest of the group hadn't even processed what happened. In the blink of an eye, one of their biggest guys was down. Happy smirked, clenched his fists, and slowly advanced. He was unarmed against their weapons, but he showed no hesitation. The leader roared, "Kill him, everyone, charge!" He led the charge, slashing forward with his sword. Happy dodged in a flash and swept the leader's legs, sending him tumbling forward. As another bandit lunged at him, Happy planted one hand on the ground. He countered with a kick. In the blink of an eye, two of them were already down. One of them swung an axe, but Happy caught it with ease. He leaped and spun like a whirlwind, breaking the man's arm and making him scream in agony. The man in the hat staggered to his feet, staring in horror at the unfolding scene. The rest of the gang was getting beaten senseless before they could even react. Happy single-handedly took on 5 men, choking one while punching another, until the whole group was crying and begging for mercy. William's eyes widened in shock, sweat pouring down his face as he thought to himself, "I almost forgot about that innocent act he puts on." Happy was once an arena champion, and right now, his demonic expression would send a chill down anyone's spine. The whole gang screamed and fled, thinking, This guy is absolutely terrifying." Happy was smiling cheerfully as if he hadn't just fought. William stood frozen, staring at the pile of bodies, unable to believe that he had defeated them all without a weapon. It seemed impossible. But then again, he had previously taken down royal knights bare-handed, all without a weapon. William bent down and noticed a piece of paper on one of the bandits, a wanted poster. This group must have been collecting all the posters from the village. William's eyes were fixed on the wanted poster, its bold black letters standing out on the aged paper, reading, "Wanted." The entire gang of roving bandits, wanted for murder, theft, and kidnapping. There have been recent reports of a group of 5 operating in this area. A single phrase made William freeze. The entire gang. Could it be true? Subscribe to the Lala School channel so you don't miss out on more exciting videos. Turning to Happy, William exclaimed, "Happy! These are the roving bandits." Happy, still cheerful, tilted his head and asked, "What's that?" William explained calmly, his eyes glinting with realization. "They're the most notorious criminal gang in the entire empire. Recently, they've been so bold as to attack the very heart of the empire, prompting the king to issue a huge bounty for their capture. I had only heard rumors about them. This is the first time I've ever seen an actual wanted poster." William mused to himself that the reward money was much larger than he had ever imagined. Looking over at Happy, William smiled. "If we turn them into the empire, you'll get a reward, since you caught them. I'll come with you to take care of the paperwork." Happy's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "A reward!" The two set off at once, at the local government office. A stern, middle-aged official looked at Happy and said coldly, "Slaves are not eligible for rewards." William immediately shot back. "What are you talking about? He is my friend. And I can vouch for him." The official glanced at them, thinking, "Friends, how absurd," before replying coldly, "His status does not change the fact." William eagerly suggested, "In that case, could you please put my name down as the recipient of the reward?" The official agreed more readily than William had expected, chuckling softly. "Of course, as long as the paperwork is filled out correctly." The confirmation certificate clearly stated 1,013 gold coins for the live capture of the roving bandits. Captor William. Once all the paperwork was finished, William handed a heavy pouch to Happy. Happy smiled brightly, his face beaming. William advised him, "Don't go digging for mushrooms anymore. Use this money to buy food instead." Happy was thrilled. "Wow, thank you, William." Then he turned to look at William innocently. His eyes were wide with confusion. "But I don't know what to buy, and I don't know how to use money either." William suddenly understood Happy's naivete, thinking to himself, "He really doesn't know anything," he said gently. "Come with me next time. I'll teach you everything." Happy was overjoyed. That would be great. The two chatted warmly, growing closer. William asked, "Besides the arena, do you know anything about the outside world?" Happy, still fiddling with the small snail in his hand, replied innocently, "Yeah, I've only heard stories. Everything is so new and exciting." They agreed to meet again. William pointed towards a house. "My house is over there. Come visit when you're free." Happy smiled. "Okay." The two said their goodbyes. William waved. "See you later." Happy gave a small smile. Goodbye." The little snail still perched on his head. William watched Happy's figure disappear into the distance, his eyes filled with sadness. He turned away, his expression pensive, sighed, and lowered his head. The next morning, the Academy's grand hall was packed with people as the hearing for William's expulsion began. A high-ranking official observed William, thinking to himself, "Clearly, there are no serious injuries." On the other side, the senior student feigned pain, a thin bandage on his forehead covering a fabricated wound. The presiding official stood up and solemnly called his name. "William, after a fair review, I will now pass judgment." William kept his head down, not daring to look up at anyone. The official continued, "William, the brawl in the arena should have been met with severe punishment. However, due to your significant contribution in eliminating a faction of the roving bandits, the most dangerous criminal organization in the empire, known for murder and kidnapping nobles, You are hereby awarded this Medal of Honor." William was stunned as he watched the shining medal being pinned to his chest. His parents, sitting below, were just as shocked. The noble senior's face turned red with anger as he roared. "What?" The presiding official continued. Although still a student, William fought bravely for the empire. By order of the king, your transgressions are forgiven, and you are granted another chance. The senior student shot to his feet, his face flushed with rage, and a wave of murmurs swept through the hall as no one could believe it was William who was being honored. He snarled, his eyes full of contempt as they swept over William's parents. He sneered that the plainly dressed couple must have used their money to bribe the officials. He ripped the bandage from his head, grinding his teeth in fury, his mind consumed with plotting how to take William down in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, the night before, prior to Happy meeting William, Happy had endured an extremely difficult night, a strange pain striking him that made it impossible to sleep. He curled up under a thin blanket, his eyes bloodshot and weary, his body trembling uncontrollably as he hugged himself tightly to endure the hours-long agony. Lifting his shirt revealed countless scars, and his profuse sweating made the fabric cling to his skin. He glanced at his basket, wondering if he was hungry or if he should go find something to eat. But it wasn't hunger. His body, accustomed to the rhythm of combat in the arena, couldn't adapt to the tranquility, and the pent-up energy inside him made him shake violently. Thanks to the chaotic fight with the bandits last night, Happy's body finally felt familiar again. The next morning, Happy woke up feeling more refreshed than ever, his face beaming with life, exclaiming that it was the best sleep he'd had since leaving the arena. The early morning sun streamed through the window as Happy smiled and enjoyed the moment, but suddenly a young voice called out from the yard, "Grandma, I'm home," and Happy immediately shot up. The old couple rushed out to greet their granddaughter. The grandmother hugged the girl tightly as she chirped, "I missed you so much," before immediately asking where the child her grandma had mentioned before was. The old man hesitated for a moment before pointing behind him, saying, He's in there." The girl cheerfully took out a beautifully carved wooden duck, saying she'd bought a gift for him to make a good impression, since he was probably still unfamiliar with the house. But just as she was about to call for the little one, the girl froze completely. Before her eyes was not the figure of a child. Instead, it was a tall man with a blank and innocent look on his face. The two of them stood there staring at each other, stunned, and the girl was so horrified that she dropped the wooden duck. She cried out, "Who are you?" She backed away, whispering, "Don't tell me this is the child Grandma brought home," while the old man behind her simply nodded in silence. Happy, however, didn't seem to notice her shock at all. He cheerfully waved and said, "Hi, I'm Happy." The small house remained peaceful, surrounded by lush green fields. The granddaughter whispered to her grandfather, "He's nothing like a child, and he came from the arena. That's terrifying." The old man smiled gently and told her to just observe a little longer, saying he'd spent time with the boy and found him to be all right. He watched Happy working in the yard and smiled, saying, "Just seeing your grandmother so happy is enough to make me happy too." The old man believed Happy was the most cheerful person he'd ever met, but his granddaughter remained wary, even while admitting that he was a very hard worker. Happy was carrying a large crate when he called out to the grandmother. "Grandma, where should I put this?" he asked, and the grandmother pointed to a corner of the yard. "Just put it over there, dear," she said, "inside." The girl watched her grandfather's satisfied expression and wondered why he seemed to like him so much. Meanwhile, the old man was thinking to himself how much easier things were now, since his bad back had forced him to put off the heavy cleaning for years. The girl still couldn't bring herself to fully trust the large man, and many worries lingered in her mind. Outside, the sky was clear and blue, with a few white clouds drifting gently under the golden sun. Logs were piled high next to an axe that lay on the ground. She picked up the axe and muttered, "Even without a slave, I can still do this myself." She put all her strength into splitting the logs, her swing slow but steady. Using her own strength, she managed to chop a good amount of firewood. Happy continued to work diligently at his own tasks, carrying water while she kept chopping wood. The girl let out a tired sigh and upon seeing Happy return, she asked, "Back with the water already?" Happy smiled and replied, "Yes, I've already prepared the bath water," she said. "Now that you're done, go take a rest. I'll take care of the rest." Happy nodded. Yes, he set down the water buckets and sat down to rest. His eyes widened as he watched her work intently. She felt a bit awkward being stared at and spoke up. "Why aren't you resting? Why do you keep looking at me?" Happy, still smiling brightly, said, "I'm learning, because I'll have to do this later on. This kind of work. I mean," she chuckled softly, thinking to herself. "That's the spirit," she said aloud. "Well then, watch closely." Then she gripped the axe firmly, raised it high, her eyes filled with determination, and swung down hard. But the blade went astray. A small splinter of wood flew into the air. The splinter spun around and landed right in front of Happy. They both stared at it, her face flushing red with embarrassment. She yelled, trying to hide her awkwardness. "You need small pieces like this for kindling." "Understand." She prepared to swing again, determined not to be defeated. She mustered her strength, raised the axe, and brought it down with all her might. This time, she split the log in two. Her face beamed, and Happy clapped excitedly. She turned and pointed at the result, full of pride. "See that? See that?" Happy enthusiastically replied. "Yes. Yes." The old man looked down from the house and saw them both laughing loudly. He also smiled to himself, thinking, for all her talk, Winnie is actually quite capable. Just then, the old woman called out from a distance, "Winnie, you don't need to chop any more firewood." Winnie asked in surprise. "Huh, I thought we were still short." The old woman laughed and said, "Happy already chopped it all last night. There's a huge pile behind the house." Winnie stepped back, her eyes widening as she saw the enormous pile of firewood. She stood there stunned, not understanding at all, while Happy stood behind her, smiling gently as if nothing had happened. Winnie whipped around, her face darkening. "You just said you were learning," Happy answered honestly. "Ah, yesterday was my first time chopping, so my shoulders are a bit sore. I just wanted to watch to make sure my posture was correct." Winnie grimaced. "Of course your shoulders would be sore after chopping that much. If you did that much work, you should have said something. My chopping was completely useless," she asked, annoyed. "Why do you keep smiling like that? Are you making fun of me?" The old woman quickly intervened. Happy worked very hard. The old woman told Winnie, "Just go rest now." Winnie sniffled. "Grandma?" The old woman gently patted her on the back. The old woman turned and said, "You worked so hard today." Happy smiled and replied, "Thank you, Grandma." Winnie turned her face away in frustration. As evening fell in the bathroom, thick steam filled the room. Winnie soaked in the tub, letting her thoughts drift. In any case, having an extra hand around is more convenient. She leaned her head back, feeling relieved there was less work to do, and the house felt much more comfortable. A while later, after her bath, Winnie was drying her hair when she heard a noise outside. It sounded like Happy was about to go out. She sat up straight and let out a soft sigh. Phew, that's done. Then she suddenly turned her head to look at the window. Happy, carrying a basket, stepped out of the house. Winnie wondered to herself, where is he going when it's about to get dark? The old woman called after him. "Happy? Are you going out?" Winnie was surprised. "Huh. He's leaving without telling anyone." The old woman replied, "I told him he could go out when he's free." The old man chimed in. "I saw him go out and come back last night too." The old woman's eyes widened. "Really? Dear?" Winnie was still confused. Where could he possibly be going so often at this hour? Happy tightened his grip on the basket's handle. He gently knocked on a door and called out a familiar name. "William." The door creaked open, revealing a little girl. The little girl smiled and asked, "Who is it?" William came over and led her back inside. He gently coaxed her. "Eli, you go inside now." "Okay, I'm just stepping out for a little bit. Be a good girl." The little girl looked up and asked, "Where are you going?" William put a finger to his lips. "I'm going to the library." The little girl whispered, "Right," into his ear. William chuckled. "That's right." The little girl waved. "Okay, be careful then," William reminded her. "Yeah, you be good now." After leaving the house, William said shyly to Happy. I can't believe you actually came. Happy immediately asked, Are you allowed to go out? William replied, Of course. You saved my life, so I can do anything. Happy looked bewildered. Huh. William smiled. Let's talk as we walk. You wanted to go to the market. Right. Happy rummaged through his basket. Then he grinned and held up a few wanted posters. Nope. I came for these. William looked at the poster in Happy's hand with surprise. Wanted armored giant. Crime, prison escape, and murder. Another bounty. Happy said cheerfully. Just like last time. I want to fight these guys, but I can't read this and don't know the location. Can you help? William nodded. Ah. Going bounty hunting. Happy held up a money pouch and laughed loudly. That's right. We'll split the money. They had split the reward last time. 2. William both wanted to repay his debt and found himself drawn to Happy's unusual fighting style. As for Happy, he needed these fights to soothe his pain. And this was a legitimate way to vent. And so, they began meeting every night to go bounty hunting. The two of them sat on a cargo cart. Happy asked, Did you find a target for tonight? William replied, Yep, I was up all night researching. Let's go. They returned to their usual spot, and William grabbed several more wanted posters, giving Happy more of them to hold this time. But William's constant late-night outings started to look suspicious. It raised suspicion within his household. William's father asked, Going to the library again? William was startled by the sudden question. His younger sister burst into tears. Sobbing, she said, You don't play with me anymore. You go out with that person every night. I hate it. Despite his father's questions, William ignored them. He simply replied firmly, I'm leaving now. William's parents looked at each other, their eyes full of suspicion. In the old lady's house, the wooden duck was still standing by the door. Winnie was rummaging through Happy's room when she suddenly froze. What is this? At her feet lay a huge pile of money. Winnie was stunned, having no idea what he was doing every night. The scene shifts to a deep cave, its interior filled with gleaming surfaces reflecting a golden light. Outside the cave was the wanted criminal. He thought to himself, Lately, these bandit gangs have caused the number of guards to increase. Before, the guards would look the other way when they saw me, but things are different in the Empire now. The wanted posters were drawing in more and more bounty hunters. He looked at the poster being held up. It was Happy. After a close look, Happy burst out laughing and pointed right at him. Happy said, William, you did it. You found the right guy. William's face turned pale with fear. His eyes locked on the criminal. A bad feeling washed over him. Something was very wrong. William was shocked and couldn't understand. I chose the cheapest target. So why am I facing a monster like this? The armored giant aggressively pointed his weapon at William and shouted, I can tell you rookies picked the wrong target. Now get out of my sight. He continued coldly. My wanted poster is just a formality because of the recent trouble from the bandit gangs. William asked doubtfully. A formality? Does that mean you get to walk free even though you're a criminal? It's because no one can catch you, right? William forced a laugh. Ah, well then, I'll just... Suddenly, with a loud bang, and before William could even react, Happy lunged forward and attacked the giant. The giant reacted quickly, instantly blocking the blow. He couldn't believe Happy had dared to charge in barehanded. The giant smirked. That was a nasty cracking sound. Your knee must be shattered. Happy took the hit but was still grinning widely, as if nothing had happened at all. William finally snapped back to his senses, frozen by the sudden turn of events. He shouted anxiously, Stop fighting, just run. The giant looked at them both, his voice as cold as ice. It's too late. A whoosh echoed as he suddenly swung his shield with incredible speed. He roared, You should have gotten lost when I was still going easy on you. He swung his axe, its speed creating a blurry afterimage. He relentlessly unleashed a barrage of thunderous blows. Happy staggered back, taking several heavy hits. William stood there, his eyes glued to the fight. Losing his composure, he screamed, Stop it! As the giant glanced over at William, a look of confusion was clear in his eyes. William yelled out anxiously, Happy in the arena. The way you fight isn't cruel at all, it's incredibly cool. He said decisively, I believe you'll win, so I want to keep watching. It's thanks to you that I was able to catch that gang of bandits. That's the only reason I could go back to the academy. So when you asked me to go hunting, I agreed. But I was too hasty. Tears streamed down his face. This isn't a match with an audience like the arena I just wanted to see you fight. Not. I'll push you to your death. I'm so sorry. I should have done my research first. Before he could say more, the giant swung his spear and attacked William. Happy managed to pull William back just in time to dodge the attack. Happy flashed his familiar smile. You really are a rookie when it comes to the arena, aren't you? Happy suddenly kicked the spear right out of his hand. The giant froze, his eyes wide with shock. Happy swiftly snatched the spear. He was lost in his memories, his voice growing deep and somber. My former master, Lucas. He was a man driven mad by his thirst for power. After every brutal match, I always won. But the faster I won, the angrier he got because he was making less money. Even though I was always victorious, he'd be furious that I wasn't profitable enough. Knowing this, I had to pretend to be losing just to please him. I had to act like I was being completely overwhelmed. Suddenly, in the middle of the fight, Happy let his arms hang limp. He gave a twisted smile and tossed the spear to the ground with a loud clatter. He held out his hand, as if signaling or preparing for a counterattack. William was stunned with worry, while the giant looked absolutely furious. Happy spoke, his voice dripping with provocation. I've never once fought for my own enjoyment. A horrifying memory flooded his mind. If I ever disobeyed his orders, I would be tortured to death. The pain had seeped into his blood, even after leaving the arena. He couldn't escape the craving for a fight. I have to fight the moment he said it. Happy unleashed a flurry of attacks. The opponent snarled, "You'll never touch me like that." The tip of his spear shot forward as he swung powerful strikes aimed at Happy. With a roar, he channeled all his strength into a wild flurry of slashes. Happy dodged swiftly, avoiding every single blow. He panted heavily, his face a mask of shock, unable to comprehend what the hell was going on. He sensed that something was terribly wrong. Despite his continuous barrage of attacks, Happy effortlessly dodged every single one. It was unbelievable. Just moments ago, he was clearly at death's door. He glared at Happy, wondering how he could be so composed now. His hand tightened around the shaft of his spear. His combat power suddenly erupted, reaching a new level. A deafening shout ripped through the air. He lost his balance, managing to hold his stance with just one hand. Happy immediately locked him in a tight hold. He thrashed around in a panic, but before he could react, he was completely restrained with a solid thud. A powerful gust of wind roared past. He shifted his position, reversing the hold and wrapping himself around Happy, but Happy remained completely unfazed. More than enough to handle him, Happy thought, deciding not to retreat an inch. Happy released his grip on the man's sleeve. Thrown off balance, he stumbled forward, unable to react. Happy seized the opening, spinning and landing a solid kick to his back. Losing control of the situation again and again, a furious glint flashed in his eyes. He struggled to his feet and countered with a kick, but Happy dodged it neatly. He choked on his rage, coughing, "You bastard." Without a word, Happy delivered a devastating kick to his opponent's supporting leg. The man reeled from the agonizing blow, and in that instant, Happy lifted him and locked him in a lightning-fast chokehold. He crashed to the floor, completely drained from the impact. Happy pressed his advantage, driving a fist straight into his stomach. With that same look of sadistic pleasure in his eyes, Happy landed another powerful kick. A relentless storm of blows rained down upon him. As he lay collapsed on the ground, Happy didn't let up. Grabbing him by the collar and continuing to beat him while dragging him across the floor, he struggled to fight back, but his arms were held in a vice-like grip. His body was pinned to the ground under Happy's leg. He panted, covered in wounds, and hastily used his shield to counter with his right arm. But Happy was faster, cleanly deflecting the blow. He was exhausted, struggling to stay on his feet amidst the hazy smoke. He let out a soft laugh, his face full of defiance, even though his voice was quiet. William, hidden behind a boulder, watched in silence as the two of them came to a temporary standstill. The bandit was starting to feel the strain, weighed down by his heavy armor and weapon. He switched up his fighting style, putting all his force into a heavy shield slam. He aimed directly for Happy's head, his only unarmored spot. Meanwhile, Happy turned to thank William. Happy said, "Thank you for protecting me. You're my only friend, and I would be devastated if you got hurt." He slowly bent down and picked up the broken spearhead. The broken spear lay on the ground, its twisted shape a gruesome sight. His opponent sneered contemptuously. "Are you really planning to fight with that broken piece of junk? Every weapon here has been shattered by my shield and armor, and you think you can fight me with that?" Suddenly, Happy swung his arm and hurled the spearhead straight at him. The bandit raised his shield to block, a look of surprise on his face as he wondered what was going on. All of a sudden, the man froze. Happy had vanished from his line of sight. He had no idea when Happy had closed the distance. The broken spear was now embedded in the bandit's stomach. With a surge of strength, Happy lifted the man clean off the ground with the spear. The man thrashed about desperately, but he couldn't break free. Every movement sent waves of excruciating pain surging through his body. Happy's eyes were ice cold, his expression set on finishing the fight. Exhausted, the man's body went limp before he finally collapsed. He slumped to the ground, his breathing fading into silence. William watched Happy with concern. He knew his friend was strong, but this seemed to have gone too far. This was Happy fighting with his full strength. Happy offered a calm smile and said, "He's not dead. He just passed out from the pain." William blurted out, "Huh." Happy spoke nonchalantly after defeating his opponent, showing no sign of pleasure in his victory. "This wasn't a fair fight. My master always hated these kinds of battles," William exclaimed excitedly. "No, that fight was amazing. Besides, we captured a dangerous criminal, which is incredibly impressive." William looked at Happy with absolute trust, with him being this strong. He no longer had to worry about the fighting. "I completely trust you now," Happy asked. "So, is it all over?" William replied. "Ah, are we leaving right now?" Happy sighed wearily. "No, I haven't slept in days. I'm going to get some shut-eye right here." William was surprised. Right here, Happy had already laid down, looking incredibly comfortable. All those long battles, and now it's finally over. I'll leave the rest for you to handle. William was flustered, unsure of what he should do. "Is he really asleep? What am I supposed to do now? Should I just leave him lying here and go make a report?" William bent down, picking up the spearhead to examine it. He wondered what kind of weapon Happy used to take him down, if the broken spear was just a diversion. What did Happy use to stab him? Did Happy hide a weapon, or did he pull it from somewhere on his body? William tried to pull the man up, but he was too heavy to budge. It was hard to believe Happy had lifted him so easily. There was no more time. William decided to go make his report. Just then, the captain of the Royal Guard approached. The two looked at each other, and the captain said, "You're the one who caught the criminal." William stood at attention. "Yes, sir." A soldier spoke up. "I almost died back there. I was lucky to escape and call for reinforcements from the Empire. At that time, I saw you heading into the forest holding a wanted poster," the soldier exclaimed. "So you came in here to hunt the bounty?" the soldier asked again. "What's your name?" William replied nervously. "I'm William." But this matter threw the entire squad of soldiers into disarray, while William just stood there and took it. They whispered amongst themselves, "Isn't he the academy student who just captured the exiled gang? It really is him." The soldiers were in awe, scratching their heads as they talked. The rumors weren't wrong. His fighting skills are the real deal. William blushed. "What rumors?" the soldier replied. "Even the Night Order is talking about it. An academy student who treats bounty hunting like a game. The exiled gang. You say that's the one we lost track of." The rumors about William had spread fast. William was bewildered. "Are there really rumors like that?" The soldier nodded. "Now, could you hand over the scene and the bounty to us?" "Yes. Thank you. Let's go. We'll escort you out of the forest." A soldier spotted Happy lying motionless and cried out, "Oh my God." The porter must have gotten caught in the crossfire too. The captain frowned, his gaze suggesting he saw something different. Noticing this, the soldier asked with concern, "Captain, is something wrong?" After a close inspection, the captain shook his head. "This isn't a real stab wound. The spearhead has no blood on it. It was just splattered." He glanced around. All the weapons were intact, and there was nothing here that could have caused such an injury. The soldier grew even more confused. So where did he get injured then? William gently carried Happy on his back and left the area. The soldiers watched them go, concerned for the porter, as he looked very heavy. William replied calmly, "Oh, he's just sleeping." The captain squinted at William, his suspicion growing clearer. An ordinary student wiped out the entire exile gang. It sounded completely absurd. At a large gate leading into the bandits' hideout, a man covered in injuries was kneeling on the ground. The scar-faced man yelled, "We've been abandoned before. Now there's no turning back. And yet you kneel before those nobles and lose to a single student." The man on the ground trembled and apologized, but he was still executed without mercy. The scar-faced man's eyes were bloodshot. "We are not some common bandits. We are the ones forced to fight the Empire to the death." The person standing beside him asked a girl if she had investigated that student yet. She replied that William is a new, up-and-coming hunter. The scar-faced man nodded. "Then he is our next target." Blood from the corpse flowed out, staining the entire pathway. "Upstairs," a nobleman asked. "What family does that student belong to?" The other man shouted. "He has nothing. He's just from a rich family that bought his status. His bounty hunting is probably just a front bought with bribes, too." He handed the curly-haired man a piece of paper. "Then let's show them the consequences of insulting us." The curly-haired man opened it, revealing the brigand pact in his hand. The old man said, "That's the assassin organization our family hired. I was going to wait until you graduated to tell you, but now is fine too. Go there and tell them to take care of William." The atmosphere grew thick with tension. The old junk collector and Saga were confused by the new report. "This morning, people found 3 bodies on the road into the kingdom," Saga asked. "If they've already been moved, how can we conduct an autopsy? Is this case really closed?" "It looks just like a murder," the old junk collector snapped. "Stop filing these nonsense reports. The last incident at the arena almost got me exiled." While cleaning up, the old man said the victims were from the exile gang, so there's no need to investigate. In this kingdom, no one is sad that they're dead. In fact, people are even clapping and celebrating. However, Saga noticed something strange. He observed closely. The bruises seemed to have appeared only a few days before their deaths. They looked exactly like the bodies found at the arena. Winnie walked in. "I'm here, and I've brought all the herbs you asked for. I'll just leave them inside." "Okay," the old man asked seriously. "Winnie, you've worked hard. Is your old man still doing well?" "My grandpa is so healthy. He teases me all day without a care in the world. At this rate, I'll probably die before he does." Winnie sighed. She raised her hand and waved. "Hello, Saga." He looked a bit bewildered. "Oh, hello." Winnie approached him and gently started a conversation. "I brought some herbs for you. I'll just leave them here." Saga was flustered. "For me?" She looked at him with wide eyes. "What's wrong? Don't you like them?" They both laughed awkwardly. Saga quickly said, "That's not it. I'm very grateful to you. Thank you." The old man nodded in approval. "Winnie is so kind. But she really should have sold those for money." She laughed. "I've helped you enough, Grandpa." Now it's Saga's turn. The two of them started talking. Winnie said, "None of the previous slaves lasted more than a week, but Saga has been here for over a month. You must be very pleased, right?" The old man nodded in satisfaction, but he still found something strange about Saga. He works diligently, but he doesn't seem very discreet, sneaking out every single night. Winnie hummed non-committally. The old man looked straight at her and asked, "What is something wrong?" Winnie replied quietly, "Actually, a similar thing is happening at my place." The old man was startled. "What, you bought a slave too?" She nodded. "Yes, but there's something suspicious. He disappears every night, and he's hiding a money pouch of unknown origin," the two whispered. And Winnie continued, "He used to be a gladiator, which makes me even more worried." Winnie began to suspect Saga, wondering what dark secrets he might be hiding. Saga, who had overheard their conversation, stepped forward. There was only one arena in the entire city, but it was shut down recently. All the gladiators were executed. Winnie was stunned. "What?" But he was definitely a gladiator. Wanting to clear up any suspicion, Saga explained. All the gladiators were captured criminals. If someone with no home and no family still managed to survive, they must have a powerful force backing them. A force powerful enough to interfere with a royal decree. Saga continued. She might have brought home a very dangerous person. If you give me his slave papers. I'll look into it. Winnie agreed. Yes, I'll count on you then. I'll look at them tonight, and tomorrow I'll get back to you. Knowing about the gladiator affair, someone quietly warned Saga. You definitely won't survive this. Keep digging, and you'll find a blade before you find the truth, Saga said resolutely. I just want this world to have some good people left in it. I'm serious. As William and Happy were leaving the forest, William called out softly, Happy, time to wake up, he whispered. He's been up for several nights in a row, so now he's sleeping like a log. In the dead of night, the two of them saw a house with its lights still on. William approached and called out, Is anyone home? An old woman peeked out, and there were 3 others inside. Seeing Happy unconscious, the old woman cried out, Oh my goodness, what happened? William reassured her. He's just sleeping. Just sleeping. Ma'am, please don't worry. Winnie asked curiously. Have you two been bounty hunting every single night? He nodded. Yes. Then William recounted Happy's past. He used to live in the arena and had suffered facial nerve damage. The pain was so intense he couldn't sleep, forcing him to fight constantly. William explained everything about Happy. He told the story in a simple, straightforward way, like a student giving a report. After hearing the story, the old woman was in tears and the old man was silent, while Winnie felt relieved as her suspicions about William and Happy slowly faded. William concluded by saying that Happy had once saved his life. He bowed and then left the house. The next morning, Happy opened his eyes, feeling completely disoriented. Winnie asked, Hey, why didn't you say you couldn't sleep because of the pain? She then chided. And why didn't you tell us about your facial expression to avoid misunderstandings? Happy lowered his head. Useless things get thrown away. In the arena, everyone is discarded like that. The atmosphere softened. Winnie said, You idiot. This isn't the arena. No one here sees you as a slave. She continued, Grandma already sees you as family. We're going to heal you, so stop fighting. Your family will help. We'll help you live a peaceful life like a normal person. Happy was overjoyed to hear that. Winnie felt a great sense of relief, finally able to let go of her worries about the 2 fighters. She joked, I didn't become a pharmacist for nothing. You know. Then she held out her hand and said, Trust me. I will cure you. Happy replied, Yes, and then took an item out of his pocket. He said, By the way, I bought this. I bought it with my first earnings. Winnie was bewildered. What is this? Wait, what are you doing? In a flash, he slipped it onto her hand, startling her, while he himself had no idea what it signified. Her face turned bright red. You idiot. A wedding ring is for... She choked up, unable to finish her sentence. Happy just laughed innocently. The old couple walked in, and the old man said, Happy. William brought by the bounty money this morning. Feeling everyone's affection, Happy said, Please, you all can take all of it. I'm not going to fight anymore. Winnie said she would heal him. The old man hugged Happy tightly. Oh, my good boy, my precious darling. Then he nodded. Yes, okay, I'll accept it. The whole family looked at each other and smiled. Winnie thought. Now she understood why the old woman called Happy her son. He was as innocent as a child. And the room filled with laughter as Happy shared his prize money. A gift for you, Grandma and Grandpa. Oh my goodness. Saga opened the letter and read, Hello, Saga. All misunderstandings were resolved yesterday, so no further investigation is needed. Have a good day. Everything seemed to fall into place a little too quickly. Just then, William Sr. appeared, hunched over and mumbling, I'm sorry. Let me take you out to eat to make it up to you. Okay. William scowled and replied coldly, We're not classmates anymore. We've gone our separate ways. Come on, I'm sorry. Please give me a chance. I really regret it. Seeing this, William found it hard to maintain his tough exterior. He sighed and said softly, All right, fine. Get up. Forget the meal. Let's just talk for a bit. Then he choked out a thank you. Saga watched from a distance, shaking his head. A cold smile crossed his face. He's really putting on a show. The bastard. After walking a short distance, he revealed his true colors. He shoved William into a deep, nearby well. He plummeted straight down. Down below, he was in agony from the hard impact. 3 strange young men appeared, and William asked dazedly, "Who are you people?" A barrage of blows rained down on him. William didn't understand what was happening, only managing to mumble, "Why?" before weakly telling them to stop. Facing William, the man looked at him with utter contempt. "You bastard. I've hated you from the very beginning." William struggled, his voice trembling, trying to understand why he was being treated so brutally. "What did I do wrong?" "Everything is your fault. You think you can just shift the blame and be done. What is it about you that pisses everyone off so much?" A kick like a sledgehammer slammed into William's face, and he collapsed. May just had to stick with that piece of trash. She doesn't know her place. Han pushed William to his limit. He snarled as he beat him. "So what if you're a good student? Nobody cares about that." Grabbing William's shirt tightly, he hauled him up and roared like a wild animal. "Here, that means nothing. You're the kind of idiot who should have been born rich." His face was filled with disdain. "Everyone hates you. A nobody daring to dream so big who would ever accept that." He growled in William's face. "The world would celebrate your death. You worthless piece of trash." Turning away and leaving William gasping for breath, he called out, "In your next life, remember to learn how to kneel before you pick up a pen." He ordered the 3 soldiers, "Finish him and then come outside. I'll be waiting out here." "Yes, sir." Saga, who was hiding, gradually realized the matter involved William and that these guys were the Bringer mercenaries, a crew that specializes in assassinations. "I thought it was just bullying, but it turns out to be a contract killing." Saga's eyes darkened. "The nobility is always so disgusting. I've been waiting for a chance to wipe out the Brigantes. I never thought it would be today." Like a shadow gliding past, Saga slipped inside, concealing himself in the darkness. William was still being tortured, and their words grew more and more venomous. "We heard you were a bounty hunter, but who knew you were just some bland kid?" They threatened to kill William in the most brutal way. "The boss wants you to die, slowly." William's entire body was in excruciating pain, his mind consumed by a single bitter thought. "How hard did I even try?" He gritted his teeth. Nothing could break him. He had overcome everything, but now he was going to die just because of some pathetic nobles. William tried to get up, and the 3 soldiers jeered, "Oh, you're getting up if you're a man. You should fight before you die." His will and determination still burned in his mind. William remained unshaken. This path was not meant to end in humiliation. The future he dreamed of was becoming someone who brought about change, but then, to make a change, one must have... A woman suddenly appeared, her smile unreadable. "Sorry. Don't look at me like that." She looked at William coldly. "You're William." "Right." The 3 soldiers hadn't noticed her presence. "Are you crazy? What are you saying? What's that? Where did she come from? Who is that?" They began to panic. Before they could react, a devastating blow from her sent all 3 soldiers flying backward. She looked at William, her voice as sharp as a knife. "Answer me. Are you William?" Then she shouted, "How could someone like you defeat 5 exiled bandits?" William was stunned. "Exiled bandits," she continued. "There were 2 people at the scene. We thought a bounty hunter had done it, but it turns out it was the other way around." She interrogated the dying William. "Who was the other one?" The 3 soldiers, scrambling to their feet, shouted in panic, "What? You're one of the exiled bandits." One of them drew his sword and pointed it at her, his voice contemptuous. "A sewer rat dares to crawl up here, get lost or die." With just a light touch, all 3 of them collapsed again. William's eyes widened. He couldn't understand what was happening. Without a hint of hesitation, she let out a terrifyingly sweet laugh. "How adorable. If you still had necks, I'd put you on a leash like dogs and take you for a walk." She turned to William, her smile never fading. "It's quiet now. Shall we continue my questions?" "William." The room fell silent, with only the 2 of them left to talk. Saga was still hidden on the roof, hearing every word, but his mind was filled with questions. Is she the leader, or the second in command of the bandit gang? Who is William that everyone from the underground arena to the nobility wants to eliminate him? Saga realized the situation was spiraling out of his control. Something huge was unfolding in the shadows. He decided to pull back from the danger. He continued to press, his voice growing stern. "So tell me, who was with you at that time?" He pressed a sharp knife to William's throat and growled, "Answer me now, or I'll cut you to pieces." William winced in pain as his mind drifted back to a memory with Happy. He remembered Happy's words after they had faced an armored enemy. "You protected me earlier, and I'm so grateful. But please don't do it again. You're the only person who treats me like a friend. I would be devastated if you got hurt." Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably as William screamed his friend's name. Happy Face. Happy, once a slave, was now living on a farm. Saga, who had been leaving, suddenly froze when he heard the name. While William was in mortal danger, Happy was living a carefree life on Winnie's farm. He thought about William, his heart filled with a sense of unease. "I have to go see him. I need to tell him to give up on this." Happy was enjoying his new life, but his thoughts kept returning to his best friend. "I have to remember to get him a gift, too. My friend, William." Karina stared down at William, her voice chillingly casual. "You're too weak to even be worth killing. If I'd known, I wouldn't have bothered killing your entire family." His eyes shot open, his bruised face a mask of shock. "What do you mean?" Karina replied nonchalantly. "When we get revenge, we kill everyone." She frowned at William with a look of pity. "Just to be sure, I've already sent my people to your home," just as Karina had said. Members of the bandit gang had arrived at William's home. With that, Karina released him and turned to leave. "Well then, I'm off to meet Happy. Goodbye." William collapsed to his knees on the floor, watching as Karina opened the door and stepped out. He tried to reach out a hand to stop her, but he was powerless. "No, wait." His face went pale, his vision blurring with tears as he whispered unconsciously, "No." He remembered a conversation with Happy Face. "You seem really happy. Just hearing about it. It's obvious she cares a lot about you." Happy Face had beamed, replying, "I honestly thought I was a goner." The faces of the people who had saved him flashed through William's mind. He remembered his family, who had always protected him and loved him unconditionally. William clenched his hands into tight fists. He felt as if he were falling into a deep pit of despair. His head bowed in defeat. He buried his face in his pale hands. His breathing grew ragged. "And what about me?" He felt so weak. If only he were stronger, he could have just died alone. Then Karina would have stopped and wouldn't have hurt anyone else. "Go away. Kill me." A wave of regret crushed William's heart. If I hadn't been tempted from the start, none of this would have happened. He remembered when the curly-haired man had urged him, "Come on, just come with me." William had refused at first, but then he gave in. William gritted his teeth as tears streamed down his cheeks. In the end, "My life is useless. I can't protect anyone." He saw himself as a coward. He had lost everything because he chose to turn a blind eye. Everything fell silent, with only the sound of choked sobs ringing in William's ears. Suddenly, he forced himself to stand, telling himself he had to change. His eyes lit up, his face twisted with determination, knowing that if there was still time, he had to do things differently. William staggered forward, ignoring the blood that continued to pour from his wounds, driven by the need to change something, to save someone. He picked up the sword from the ground, his entire body radiating an aura of fury and resentment. Everything had to change, right now. Meanwhile, the curly-haired man seemed to be up to something shady, constantly glancing outside. He turned his head and looked back. "My God, hurry up. Why is the door still open? What if someone sees—" He was suddenly startled, his eyes darting to the side. William had suddenly appeared, his face as cold as ice, sending a chill down everyone's spine. The curly-haired man's eyes widened, the color drained from his face, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. William had single-handedly taken down all of his accomplices. The curly-haired man panicked and stumbled backward, letting out a cry of terror as he retreated too far and lost his footing. He fell face first onto the floor. The curly-haired man gritted his teeth, groaning in pain. William approached step by step, the sound of his boots echoing like hammer blows inside the curly-haired man's head. His eyes were wide with fear. He wanted to run but couldn't move a muscle. Terrified. The curly-haired man dropped to his knees and kowtowed before William, his voice urgent. "I'm sorry," while his mind raced. "What is this? How is he this strong? What's happening? I'm done for." He abandoned all his dignity and crawled to William's feet, trembling, and lowered his head to lick his boots. Like a dog begging its master, "Please spare my life. I'm willing to be your dog. Please just spare me." But deep in his eyes, a different look flickered. "Damn it. Damn it." William remained completely unfazed and spoke a single word in a cold voice. Then he walked right past the curly-haired man, thinking he was about to be killed. The curly-haired man cowered and covered his head in fear. His whole body trembled, his teeth clenched, as he waited for the end. After a moment of silence, he peeked back. Suddenly, the curly-haired man heard a loud shout from above. It was his father, looking down at his son's cowering form. He looked displeased and said, "I came to see how you would handle this." William ignored the newcomer, walking straight up to the curly-haired man's father, which made him freeze. A cold aura radiated from William's entire body, his gaze sharp enough to slice through the air. "Get out of my way." The curly-haired man's father stood frozen, his eyes wide, before bowing his head and stepping aside. He moved to the side, not daring to block William's path. The curly-haired man cried out in tearful disbelief. "Father." His father could do nothing but bow his head and endure it. William smirked inwardly. "No matter how I prove myself, those who looked down on me still bow before the blade. I used to wish I could see this back when I only held a pen." His hand tightened on his sword. "This world taught me that only by holding a sword can my voice be heard. I'm forced to wield both the pen and the sword." William walked on, leaving bloody footprints behind. If this is the case, then this path is no longer one of death, but of salvation, elsewhere. William's family opened the door after hearing a knock. The visitor was Happy Face again. He waved and greeted them. "I'm Happy, here to see William A." The family of three immediately invited Happy Face inside to talk. William's mother brought Happy a bowl of soup, her smile gentle. "Oh, so that's it. We thought it was strange when we heard William was bounty hunting," William's father added with a smile. "We only found out when we saw him go off to bounty hunt on his own. Turns out he had a good friend helping him." Ellie pouted, her voice resentful. "But I hate it. Big brother William doesn't play with me anymore. He's always with you." Hearing this, Happy Face replied, "I've decided to stop bounty hunting." Ellie immediately brightened up and asked, "Really?" She crossed her arms, tilting her head up confidently. "Well then, I might reconsider my opinion of you." William's mother pulled out a chair and sat down at the table. Her voice grew low and serious. "You've made the right decision. It's too dangerous for an academy student to be a bounty hunter," William's father said frankly. "I can tell you're of noble blood, both a good scholar and a skilled martial artist." Happy Face smiled and introduced himself. "I am Nolia." As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent. William's parents looked at each other in confusion. His father asked Happy Face curiously, "Are you joking? How could a slave attend the same academy as William?" Happy Face answered honestly, "I don't go to school. I relied entirely on William for bounty hunting because I'm illiterate." William's father's hand froze, and his mother's face tensed up. William's father's lips trembled. A slave. He frowned, his voice heavy. "Since when do slaves demand to sit at the same table? Did your master not teach you your place?" The atmosphere in the room instantly grew tense as a drawn bowstring, a stark contrast to the cheerful mood just moments before. William's father stared directly at Happy Face. "I understand now. Get out, and don't you ever come near William again." Happy Face lowered his head, his hands clasped tightly together. William's mother was gentler. She looked at her husband and said, "Dear, he is William's benefactor." William's father raised a hand to stop her. "A benefactor is still just a person, but a slave is still a slave." At that moment, Ellie had quietly slipped away from her seat. Immediately after, the family heard a knock echoing from the porch. William's father snapped, "Didn't you hear me say to get out, Ellie?" However, tiptoed to the door, hoping it was William. She called out softly, "Who is it?" Light cast upon the silhouette of a man outside, whose voice was ice cold. "I'm here to see William. Is he home?" Ellie looked up and answered hesitantly, "No, sir. He just stepped out." "Do you know my brother William?" The stranger stared intently at the little girl, his eyes filled with danger. A moment later, a piercing scream echoed into the dining room. "Mother." The men outside were none other than Monkey Face and the bandit leader. He told Monkey Face, "If William isn't here, we'll lure him back to our base." His voice was chilling. "Kill his parents and use their blood to leave a message." Monkey Face drew his sword and stepped inside, while the leader grabbed Ellie by the mouth, lifting her like a piece of merchandise. "Come before the stench of your sister's corpse fills the sewers." Ellie choked for air, tears streaming down her face as she struggled to break free. The little girl thrashed relentlessly, crying out loudly, "Shh, Mother." Inside, William's mother shot to her feet the moment she heard Ellie's voice. His mother rushed out first, and his father ran after her but suddenly stopped short, his face filled with astonishment. Happy Face still had his head bowed, but he was smiling softly, and William's father saw that smile. Immediately after, Monkey Face slashed William's mother across the chest, and she collapsed. Her husband ran to her in a panic, crying, "My love." Monkey Face sniffed the blood on his sword, growing excited. He shot a threatening glare at William's father and snarled, "Stay right there. I'll kill her, and then you're next." William's father stood frozen like a statue. Happy Face, who was still sitting at the table, now turned and stood up. On his face was a bright smile, completely out of sync with the chaotic scene. At that very moment, William's father furiously pointed at him and screamed, "This is all your doing. You bastard, I should have known when I saw you smirking." Happy Face paid him no mind, simply reaching out to grab a soup plate from the table. He threw it directly, the plate whizzing past William's father and smashing into Monkey Face's head. The man howled in pain, clutching his face, while William's father stood stunned for a few seconds. Happy Face walked past him, his voice as cold as ice. "You should worry about your wife first." Matt Key glanced ahead and shuddered. "What the? That guy is William A?" He recalled knocking on William's door, and the girl said William wasn't home, that he was away. Matt Key suddenly remembered Karina's words. There were two people at the scene, and there was an unexpected person. He then thought of what Happy Face had said. "You should worry about your wife first." He quietly considered it. Judging by the way he talked, it definitely wasn't William. He looked over at Happy Face, and it clicked in his mind. So he's the unexpected one. Matt Key stood up straight, pointing his sword at Happy Face as he asked, "So it's you, the one who's been hunting us?" Happy Face didn't answer. He lunged forward in a flash. Matt Key immediately counterattacked, swinging powerfully at Happy Face, but he dodged it cleanly. Matt Key froze for a moment, as if he had just realized something. Happy Face seized the opportunity and kicked him straight in the head. Matt Key staggered, the sword nearly slipping from his grasp. Blood splattered. Before Matt Key could even recover, Happy Face was already winding up for another blow. He landed a solid uppercut to the chin, sending Matt Key reeling backward. He tried to calm himself, understanding that this opponent was extremely dangerous if he let his guard down. Matt Key quickly drew the other sword from his hip, preparing to counterattack. He yanked the sword free, using the momentum to spin and slash at his opponent. Then he stepped forward, attacking relentlessly. Seeing Happy Face effortlessly dodge every blow, Matt Key wondered to himself, "What is this? Did he see both of my weapons from the beginning and anticipate my every move?" He backed away, pressured by Happy Face's aura, as if he could see right through all of his attacks. Matt Key kept his distance, telling himself to stay calm, break his rhythm, and then gain the upper hand. He spun the sword hilt, changed his grip, and both blades whirled through the air. Then he raised one sword. The other sword spun horizontally, its blade whistling like a fierce wind. The rotation sped up, creating a piercing sound, and the two blades merged into a continuous flurry of slashes, making him look like he had 3 heads and 6 arms as he charged at Happy Face. Matt Key's eyes locked onto his opponent. He never expected to have to go all out here, but he couldn't afford to make a mistake. He lunged forward, but Happy Face remained calm. He smiled and asked, "Sword dance." Matt Key froze, a look of astonishment on his face. He pulled back his swords, his grip tightening. He lowered his gaze, his voice hardening. "How do you know about this?" Happy Face beamed. "I know someone who uses it." Matkey replied arrogantly. "You've only seen a clumsy imitation. I mastered this art at its very birthplace. This is the true sword dance." Happy Face tilted his head and chuckled softly. "How absurd. The old man of the arena is the one who founded the sword dance." Monkey Face froze, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Happy Face reminisced about the founder, his voice filled with cheer. His sword dance was the pinnacle of swordsmanship, considered a legend in its time. He even knew many of the old stories. Lucas once tried everything in his power to bring that legend to the arena. Monkey Face frowned at him. The arena. The founder of the sword dance. It sounded like nonsense, but there was also a ring of truth to it, seeing him standing there motionless. Happy Face gave a taunting smirk. "So, are you ever going to attack?" The taunt made Monkey Face roar in fury. "I was already attacking. I only stopped because you were running your mouth. How dare some punk who probably can't even spell the word sword speak so boldly?" He lunged forward, his sword creating a rain of slashes. "I'll slowly suffocate you. Die amidst this forest of blades." Happy Face stood his ground, calmly waiting for Monkey Face to charge. He still wore that familiar smile. He slowly raised his hand. "You're still green." Monkey Face immediately recognized the movement. He was stunned. Happy Face was mimicking him perfectly, just like a reflection. The only difference was that his hand wasn't holding a sword. Every single move was a perfect copy of his own. Monkey Face couldn't believe it. It was like looking at himself in a mirror. Happy Face calmly explained. "The sword dance is a series of incredibly fast arcs," his eyes turning cold. "But it's actually just a single strike." An image of the sword dance's creator, a blind man, flashed through his mind. During their time together, Happy Face had learned a great deal. The man created arcs that covered every possible direction. He mastered that technique, letting the arcs guide his opponent while he focused on pinpointing the enemy's position. Now, Happy Face gained control, tightening his grip and making the sword fall from Monkey Face's hand. The arc straightened out, piercing through his opponent. He leaned in close, smiling sinisterly. "This is the true sword dance." Monkey Face tried to bring his remaining sword down for a strike, but before he could move, he took a punch to the chest, bones cracking. Sword dance. Monkey Face was subdued, his entire body trembling as Happy Face gripped his throat. Lucas once gathered all the legends of the arena. His grip tightened, his eyes filled with killing intent. In the end, they all fell by my hand. A cracking sound echoed from within. Happy Face didn't finish him off. He collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. He still held onto his head as Monkey Face cried out in panic. "Wait a minute." He looked up and threatened back. "Kill me, and that little girl dies too." He laughed gleefully. "We've already captured Ellie." Father William cried out in shock. "My aunt..." Happy Face's expression remained unchanged, his fist held close. "Where did you take her?" He turned pale with fear and quickly confessed. "The central sewer. I'll take you there." Immediately after, Happy Face twisted his arm back with a loud crack. Now he couldn't pull any more tricks. He smiled and commanded, "Lead the way." The man stammered, "All right." He grabbed him firmly by the neck, pushing him ahead and out of the room. Father William stood frozen, his expression slowly changing as he choked out the words. "I'm so sorry. I completely misunderstood you." Happy Face didn't answer. He just left, leaving the two slumped figures in the corner of the room. He dragged Monkey Face through a secluded alley. Happy Face's shadow stretched long, his footsteps echoing. Before long, he reached the central sewer. Monkey Face chuckled to himself. "I was planning to lead you there all along. That's where our base is." He thought smugly that he was about to escape. "You're dead meat. Remember my face." But he didn't expect the look on Happy Face's face at that moment. It was completely distorted. Meanwhile, William had just returned home and smiled softly. Happy Face was here. He really came. His father recounted everything after seeing Happy Face leave to find Ellie, his voice filled with shock. He choked up. "I'm truly sorry. I misunderstood you." Happy Face paused for a moment, then replied, "I'm only doing this for William." He drifted back to an old memory, to a time when the person who raised him finally called him a monster as a child. Happy Face had struck down 2 large men, one of whom was a champion. The man's eyes were filled with fear as he called him a monster. Then he closed his eyes and quietly passed away. Back then, Happy Face just stood there, watching coldly as silent tears fell. But after meeting William, he began to change, no matter what. William always saw him as a friend. He started to smile more, genuine smiles born from real joy, alongside the people at the farm. Out in the world, he began to see people who treated him like a real person. With that thought, Happy Face turned and gave a reassuring smile, telling them not to worry about the little girl. He promised William's parents and then left with determination. "I will bring her back. Everything will be fine." After hearing his father's story, William was stunned. He just said that and left. Then he shouted, "What are you talking about? You should have stopped him and called the guards." William's father held him back, his eyes wide with surprise. William's face darkened, his heart filled with worry. Happy Face told him to trust him, but would it really be okay? His hand tightened on the hilt of his sword as he suppressed the thought. It's impossible. He covered his face, trying to hide his weakness. This isn't a war or a competition. This is a death sentence. An image of Happy Face in grave danger flashed through William's mind, being executed right in front of the bandits. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could Happy Face be planning to risk his own life? He had to stop him immediately. Without hesitation, William shot off like an arrow. His astonished father yelled after him, "William, where are you going?" He didn't look back, only shouting, "Father, call the guards. The bandit gang has come to the farm." At the same time, the guards were hastily receiving their orders. There was a report of a man with a sword approaching. The night captain was still casually gnawing on a chicken leg, thinking to himself, how strange. A guard shouted the update. "That man is William." Another group also reported in. William just eliminated a group of strangers and is on his way back. Just then, a second-class knight rushed in with an urgent report. "Sir, the exiled gang just kidnapped a child from the village." The captain shot up, slammed his hand on the table, and yelled, "The exiled gang." Then he stormed out like a whirlwind. The second-class knight ran after him, adding, "The kidnapped child is from William's family. He's heading towards the central sewer." The captain frowned, thinking, the gang has been quiet for so long. Why act so openly now? They've never done this before. Or are they reacting to William's reputation, an academy student who used to hunt bandits? The captain began to understand. We sent people to kill William and failed, so now they've kidnapped his sibling to threaten him. He recalled the smug look on the exiled gang's leader, who intended to make an example out of William's family. The captain gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, I should have seen this coming. He began to worry, calculating the odds. Even if William is strong, there are nearly 100 bandits in the central sewer. Rushing in alone is a suicide mission. Just then, the second-class knight caught up and shouted, "Sir, I'm heading to the farm. There are reports that the gang has appeared there as well." The captain narrowed his eyes suspiciously. They dare to split their forces at a time like this. The two of them then split up. The captain instructed, "Finish up quickly and then regroup." The knight spurred his horse and galloped off, replying, "Yes, sir." The captain's eyes showed his resolve. William felt the same way, his face filled with anxiety for Happy Face. Meanwhile, the ringleader of the bandit gang was waiting eagerly in the central sewer. He was surrounded by many of his cronies, their faces unafraid. William calmly stepped forward, his face gradually appearing in the dim light of the sewer. He had already taken down quite a few of them on his way in. "That's right. I'm William." Elsewhere, Saga was sprinting at full speed, his hand reaching out. He swung his arm and smacked a guard on the head, knocking off his iron helmet. Saga didn't stop, laughing loudly as he continued to charge forward. The guard stood stunned, watching him run with a bewildered expression, but he remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. Saga, his face covered, looked back and yelled, "I'm one of the exiled gang. You idiot. I'm on my way to raid the farm." The guard immediately reported the news. "A member of the exiled gang is approaching the farm." Another guard bent down to pick up the helmet, briefly thinking that his speed was just too fast. Not long after, Saga burst into Winnie's shop, breathing heavily, but his eyes were still fierce, as if he had just escaped a chase. At that moment, Winnie was neatly arranging her herbs. She smiled to herself. thinking she would make medicine for Happy. She carefully mixed handfuls of herbs into painkillers and sleeping pills. Suddenly, her gaze shifted to the side. A strange feeling of something approaching made her freeze. Winnie looked at Saga, puzzled, and asked why he was here. Saga collapsed into a seat, gasping for air. "I can't breathe. Let me rest for a bit." I ran as fast as I could. Before Winnie could finish asking why they had no idea that Karina had tracked them to this place, her icy gaze seeming to pierce through the entire room. She stood watching the farm from a distance, her posture tense as if waiting for the right moment to strike. High above, the scar-faced man let out a sinister grin, looking down at the scene below with a mocking expression. Down below, Ellie was trembling with fear, but the scarred-faced man stood perfectly still, seemingly unfazed. "You dare to show your face and provoke me again? How ridiculous." But Happy Face just smirked. "From the very beginning, I've wanted to wipe you all out just to shut you up." He stepped forward fiercely, declaring, "I will fight to the death." Everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed on Happy Face, each one gripping their weapon tightly in a situation with no escape. He then charged straight into the crowd before him, as if this battle was utterly inevitable. Many of them were knocked backward, but Happy Face's fists didn't stop. Even with countless figures still standing in his way, he repeatedly punched them in the face, his expression strangely gleeful amidst the escalating chaos. The scene quickly descended into chaos, as the sounds of impact echoed continuously, intensifying the tense atmosphere. Countless weapons swirled around Happy Face, the glint of steel flashing through the haze of dust and smoke. They all swung their weapons in unison, and the sheer number of blades made the air feel suffocating. The bandits stared at Happy Face with predatory eyes. None of them intended to retreat, all wanting to fight to the very end. But just then, a thought flashed through his mind this time. He wasn't here for a mere fight. His hand, gripping a dagger, paused, trembling slightly as if he was trying to hold something back. His reaction immediately caught the scarred-faced man's attention, and the man's expression changed as he stared intently at him. Happy Face's eyes filled with determination as he declared that he would definitely save her. Hearing those words, Ellie felt a wave of relief wash over her, and her breathing steadied. The scarred-faced man seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, but Happy Face dodged swiftly to the side. He leaped backward, gathering all his strength to prepare for his next attack. Many of the bandits below were struck, staggering back from their positions. Suddenly, an irritable bandit shoved his comrades aside, yelling, "Let me handle this." But his face immediately froze in utter shock. It turned out Happy Face had already rushed forward, sword in hand. His hand gripped the hilt of the sword tightly, his powerful stance leaving no openings. Happy Face's sudden appearance threw the bandits into disarray, and they looked at each other in confusion. He charged in, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks, then suddenly recoiled as if preparing to change direction. Then, Happy Face leaped high into the air, his body spinning deftly to maintain balance amidst the incoming attacks. He leaned to dodge a blow, then threw himself onto the man behind him, using the momentum to evade a slash from the front. He grabbed tightly onto a bandit's shoulder, using the man as a pivot point within the encirclement. With a single, clean move, Happy Face took down 2 men at once. At that very moment, 2 more men took advantage of the chaos and rushed in to attack him. Happy Face didn't back down an inch, he just kept charging forward to attack. Suddenly, he bit the man's arm and channeled all his strength into the next blow. He delivered a decisive strike, and another bandit collapsed to the ground. The nearby bandits who witnessed the scene began to tremble with fear. He took down several men in quick succession, and the fury of battle spread across the front line. In their eyes, he was nothing short of a demon. One after another, they fell, and the body count just kept rising. Scarface started to worry too. This kid was deliberately avoiding their weak points. He surveyed the situation and realized Happy Face was using the wounded as human shields, forcing his comrades to halt their blades. Happy Face thought to himself that he couldn't afford to be too reckless. He moved cautiously toward Ellie, each step bringing him closer to his one and only objective. But Scarface roared, "Don't stop. Keep attacking. Just kill him and this will all be over." A scream echoed out, signaling that Happy Face had struck down several more of them. Scarface was stunned into silence as the bandits glared at him with pure fury. He stood there stammering. "No, it can't be. How are you all so weak?" The familiar terrain was supposed to be their advantage. And yet, that kid had turned the tables on them completely. Scarface could only stare in horror at the carnage. Just then, it seemed like he suddenly remembered something. He turned his head and looked toward Ellie, who was cowering in fear in the corner. An idea flashed through his mind as he tightened his grip on the crossbow in his hand. Then he coldly aimed it directly at the little girl. Happy Face noticed his intentions as well. Scarface remained calm as if nothing was wrong. Thinking, "You want to see blood? I'll show you blood." Happy Face tossed his sword aside and bolted toward Ellie. This action only made him more smug. It's too late. The arrow had already left the string, flying through the air in the blink of an eye. By the time Happy Face reached her, it was already too late. His eyes flew open, shocked by the sight before him. William had appeared from out of nowhere, holding Ellie tightly in his arms. Happy Face still couldn't process what had happened and just called out his name, William. Without a second thought, he immediately scrambled up the fortress wall. He reached out and snatched Scarface by the ankle. He froze, completely baffled by what Happy Face was about to do. He yanked hard, throwing him to the ground. Scarface couldn't react in time and slammed hard onto the ground. Happy Face slowly approached and smirked. "Back off, William." Scarface frowned, frozen in place. William. So it was him. Only now did he realize that while the bandits were surrounding Happy Face, William had silently approached Ellie and successfully rescued her amidst the chaos. William lowered his head and said softly, "I'm sorry, Happy Face." Beside him, Ellie called out to him gently. Happy Face didn't stop, saying quietly, "Cover her eyes. I trust you, so you have to trust me too." Then he vanished from sight. It was as if Happy Face had gone berserk, charging straight ahead. Elsewhere, William could only clench his fists and watch, wanting to help even if it meant his own death. He had no choice but to cover Ellie's eyes from the bloody scene, because Happy Face had crossed the line of a normal fight. The battle was incredibly tense. From a hidden corner, someone was quietly raising a crossbow. Scarface aimed carefully. His target was none other than Happy Face. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment. He froze. This couldn't be a coincidence. Even while fighting, Happy Face dodged every blow, and the moment he took aim to shoot, Happy Face would react. To him, Happy Face was like a monster with dozens of eyes, moving without leaving a single opening. Meanwhile, William held Ellie, hiding them both well, his eyes still wide with shock. William was surprised. He had always thought Happy Face was only good at one-on-one combat. But now, his certainty was shaken. Just how strong was Happy Face? Now, that question had an answer. I finally understand. Happy Face was overwhelming the entire group by himself. William couldn't believe it. No one stood a chance against him. That same look of astonishment was on Scarface's face. He snarled, "What the hell is he? Is he even human?" He gritted his teeth, determined to land a clean shot and finish it this time. The arrow left the string, flying as if to tear through the wind. But Happy Face seemed to have anticipated it, immediately dropping his sword. Then he instantly pulled a nearby bandit in front of him as a shield. A scream rang out, making everyone turn to look toward Scarface. He threw down his crossbow and charged straight ahead. Scarface rushed past his underlings, ripping off the cloak he was wearing. He swiftly pulled out 2 knives he had concealed behind his back. Then he yelled an order to his men, telling them all to fall back. And just like that, he began his direct confrontation with Happy Face. He lunged forward, attacking with unrestrained fury. But Happy Face stood his ground, unwavering. He didn't back down an inch, meeting the attack with his head held high. Happy Face sent him flying with a kick and followed up with a direct blow to his chest. Scarface staggered back, creating some distance between them. He smirked, clearly pleased with his counterattack. The two of them clashed once again. Happy Face easily blocked a slash that seemed powerful enough to split the air itself. Immediately after, he unleashed a full-powered counterattack. The two were evenly matched, neither giving an inch with each blow. Scarface temporarily gained the upper hand, forcing Happy Face onto the defensive. Suddenly, His eyes widened in surprise at a cunning strike from Happy Face, forcing him to dodge hastily. Enraged, he immediately swung his daggers and charged forward. The clash continued, blade meeting blade, with neither willing to back down. Scarface grew even more bloodthirsty, for his revenge had only just begun. His face flushed red as he charged forward like a madman. We were thrown onto the battlefield as cannon fodder, our bodies torn to shreds, only to be called a rotten, defeated remnant, unable to withstand the onslaught. Happy Face was sent flying by Scarface's kick. He roared with regret and rage for wasting his time as a pawn for those brutes, though forced back. Happy Face's will remained firm, the scene stirring memories of the arena. He looked at his opponent and understood that the man was drowning in hatred for the world, and for those who had pushed him to this point. An image of the champion, Happy, suddenly flashed through his mind. Son, do you resent your parents for bringing you into this world? He gently patted the boy's head, comforting him. Don't be like that, he said, then added a warning. Never live in hatred. Or else, looking at Scarface now, Happy Face finally understood the rest of that old warning. You will become something even more terrible than those you hate. His eyes bulged wildly, as if something horrific was erupting from within him. Happy Face had run him through the stomach in the arena. There is only ever one outcome. The pain was so great. All he could do was let out one final breath. As Happy Face let go of his sword, the scar-faced man collapsed, a fight that began with blood and ended in blood. William, watching from the corner, saw everything and jumped to his feet in excitement. He won. He really won. He excitedly shouted that Happy had defeated the bandits. Seeing the dire situation, the bandits panicked and fled. He yelled, "You'd better run! The knights are on their way!" William called out softly, "Happy." When Happy Face didn't respond, he called again, "Hey, Happy," and then impatiently yelled, "Happy." Happy Face just smiled brightly in response. So William said, "You're injured. I have plenty of medicine at home. Let's go back quickly. The lady of the house will apply some ointment and you'll be good as new." William looked at him in silence, wanting to say something but holding it back. He finally nodded. "Yeah, let's go home. The soldiers have probably arrived by now." Actually, just then, the night captain was arriving and noticed something odd. "What's this? Why is the road completely empty?" he wondered. "Did the guards arrive ahead of me?" But upon seeing the scene before him, the night captain froze in his tracks. He was stunned to see Happy Face lying in the middle of the battlefield. Happy Face. What is he doing here? He also saw the bodies scattered all around. Not only that, but the exiled bandits were all lying there as if they had been utterly annihilated. What Happy Face did that day quickly became a legend. The bandits were defeated by a single man, and from then on, they no longer terrorized the area. Without their leader, they were nothing but scattered remnants. Ironically, however, the truth was twisted by an overly enthusiastic soldier. He stood there, completely frozen, as he surveyed the chaotic aftermath. The soldier saw only William standing alone amidst the pile of bodies, and thus, William was named the one who had annihilated the entire band of robbers, a hero of the era. The rumor spread like wildfire through the night squad. "He's a bounty hunter, you know." The story grew with each telling. "I heard it at the tavern," one would say. "It was that student from the academy." Then it reached the academy. "Have you heard the news about William?" The rumor even spread to the markets, where everyone marveled at the incredible feat. Things spiraled out of control and eventually reached the king's ears. Even before an official investigation could begin, the name William was renowned throughout the land. But elsewhere, before the rumors ignited, the situation was entirely different. This was immediately after Happy had ended the fight. An overjoyed Happy Face ran towards the farm. Though his body was completely worn out, his spirits were soaring, he was exhausted, but he forced himself to keep running. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, the scar-faced man was lost in thought, reminiscing about the past. The little brat who used to run errands for the knights is now the captain of the kingdom's knights. Hearing this, the knight captain simply stood in silence. After a moment, he responded in a hoarse voice, "Before you were exiled and joined the rebel army, I held you in high regard. Who would have thought that a war hero would become an exile, and then transform into a rebel king? At the mention of this, the scar-faced man growled. It was all his fault. The knight captain started to remember the one who had single-handedly massacred an entire company after Victory A. He admitted without hesitation. That's right. I was just lucky to have survived and escaped. The scar-faced man was still seething with rage. He remembered everything. The image from that day replayed in his mind, of the man holding a newborn who then massacred an entire unit just for standing in his way, and no one would listen to his explanation. The king flew into a furious rage, called him a madman, and exiled him to a faraway land. From then on he was scorned, becoming the laughingstock of the entire order of knights, mocked and ridiculed over drinks. They called him a coward, a traitor, a deserter who had lost all honor, cursing him relentlessly. He lost absolutely everything. Happy Face made him remember that day. That monster had appeared before him again, looking exactly the same. The scar-faced man challenged the knight captain. Go ahead and report to the king this time. See if he'd be treated like a clown and exiled again when someone had just single-handedly wiped out a band of robbers. Hearing this, the captain fell silent. The scar-faced man said bitterly, I want to know who that monster is too. The captain turned to leave but still replied, I will investigate. Suddenly, he stopped dead in his tracks. Then he shared some strange news. No one died in this incident. It was as if he had planned only to inflict serious injuries. The scar-faced man listened, filled with doubt. He frowned. If he were a true monster, he wouldn't hesitate to kill to achieve his goals. Unlike you, who once tried to shoot that child dead. Before leaving, he said calmly, the only monster here is you. When Happy Face finally made it back, he collapsed from exhaustion, but looking at the scene before him, he let out a strangely relieved smile. In that moment, Happy Face seemed like the happiest person in the world. After some time, the champion's voice called out, Happy, wake up and breathe. Happy Face cracked his eyes open to see the man leaning closely over him. He carefully bandaged each wound. This one is too deep. I already warned you. That opponent was out of your league. Happy Face endured the pain and then laughed as he understood just how brutal the arena was. I have to get stronger at any cost. The champion choked up. Why are you so obsessed with strong opponents? It will only make Lucas expect more from you. Happy Face suddenly went quiet as the man's figure blurred, and he remembered the moment his father disappeared forever. The final image of him lying motionless with a sword through his body, thrown into a deep pit, and gone for good. From that day on, Happy Face promised himself, I won't let tragedy strike again. I'll fight against everything so my father doesn't have to suffer anymore. He burst out laughing while the champion looked on. Bewildered, Happy Face's hand trembled as he gripped the man's. I hate being alone. You're the only family I have. He remembered his father's ice-cold hand, that last bit of warmth. My entire world was just you, Dad. That tragic memory made Happy Face smile, even as his heart ached with pain. When he burst in, the guards immediately became alert. Who goes there? Stop right there. They were about to draw their swords to stop him, but Happy Face took them all down in a single blow. Other soldiers rushed forward. Get him! But Happy Face still slipped past them and went inside. Winnie and the others stared at him in astonishment, just as the guards pulled him back. Get away! Winnie cried out in alarm. Happy, ignoring everyone. Winnie ran and hugged Happy Face tightly. Being held, he grinned with pure delight. She patted his head comfortingly. It's okay. Everything is all right now. Seeing this, the second-rank knight signaled for the guards to stand down. Happy Face raised his hand as if trying to touch something. He looked as if he were protecting something precious, his eyes filled with hope, telling himself, Happy, don't be sad. The day will come when your world returns. Tears streamed down his cheeks, but he didn't care. In the beautiful sunlight, the silhouettes of the two of them stood there quietly, and it was unclear how much time had passed. The candlelight flickered and then died out, returning the space to silence. The master and mistress stood at the door and called out kindly, Happy, you should get some rest. A second-rank knight loaded his luggage onto a carriage. thinking that despite the report. He hadn't seen any bandits. He decided to leave the guards to patrol and then head back. Meanwhile, in the canopy of a tree, the injured Saga lay panting. He looked up at the sky, thinking that if only that slave had died, the farm would finally be at peace. But then, he changed his mind, thinking it would be hard to accept if the slave actually died. He recalled the sight of Winnie embracing Happy Face, surprised at how much she cherished him. Saga thought that the exiled bandit must have been severely injured and wouldn't be able to return, but he remained hesitant, deciding it was best to wait until the patrol shift ended before making a move. In the quiet night, the incessant bleating of goats echoed endlessly. The entire area was cloaked in a thick, cold darkness. Suddenly, a sound rang out, shattering the heavy silence. Saga's attention was immediately drawn to the noise. On the ground below, a guard carrying a torch approached and said, "Saga, I already told you not to act alone." Saga remained silent as the man continued. "Our objective is to assassinate the royal family, not to rescue people." Red Eyes warned in a stern voice, "Violate this order again, and you will be eliminated." After saying this, he turned and walked away without a moment's hesitation. Saga remained still on the branch, his mind a tangled mess. The heavy night pressed on, completely unchanged. Then, the first light of dawn began to break through. A new day began, and early in the morning, someone arrived to read an order from the king. The man held up the royal edict and read aloud, "William." On the other side, Happy Face appeared as well. Both of them received the same order. They were to report to the royal capital. As their carriage passed by, curious onlookers whispered, "William and the porter are being summoned to the royal palace." Even a porter is being called. The news of their victory must have truly spread far and wide. In a splendid room, William sat quietly while someone adjusted his armor. A moment later, an older man patted his shoulder and said, "That looks good, William. In a moment, His Majesty will knight you. Just kneel to receive your reward, and glory and riches will come your way. Everyone will see you as a hero." William lowered his head and replied softly, "I am not worthy, sir." The other two men looked at him with complete confusion. William kept his head down and spoke quietly, "Wiping out the bandits and claiming the bounty. I wasn't the one who did it. It was all thanks to Happy, the man summoned along with me. All I did was run away. Therefore, I am unworthy. I'm sorry." Hearing this, the other man simply smirked. He stepped closer and whispered, "His Majesty already knows everything. That's why he made this decision. Making an ignorant slave a knight would only bring shame upon the kingdom, and the nobles would be outraged. So, His Majesty will free him first, then make him an apprentice knight so we can keep an eye on him. Fortunately, the entire country is talking about William, the hero from the most prestigious academy, but this is a secret, so don't speak of it. Come see me when you're ready." With that, the man turned and walked away, leaving William to sit there, biting his lip in silence. A short while later, William knelt in the great hall as the king held a shining steel blade to his neck, solemnly bestowing the title of knight upon him. "William, you have uprooted a great evil for this kingdom and proven your strength. From this day forward, I declare you a knight." Outside, the citizens chanted his name in unison. "William, William." The king continued, "The slave who accompanied you has also been assigned to the order, as an apprentice." He glanced at Happy Face kneeling nearby. "I expect great things from both of you." After the ceremony, they returned to their room where maids were whispering, "Is that William? He's so handsome." William bowed his head to apologize. "Happy, I'm sorry. I handled the reward situation all wrong and put everyone in danger." Happy Face smiled reassuringly. "It wouldn't have worked out without you. I would have been toast if I were alone. I'm still pretty green. I don't react as fast as you do." Thinking back on it, I was completely clueless about the bandits or how to find my way in the dark. I was surprised when you fell, but still forced yourself to get back up. My family was attacked and my sister was captured. I didn't know who to report it to, so I just ran. Happy Face's eyes narrowed. "All I know is how to fight. Without you, I would have lost everything. And you're one of the strongest people I have ever met. Once you make a decision, you don't hesitate. That's a kind of strength that doesn't come from muscle. I've learned a lot from you, too. You should be true to who you are. Hearing that, William froze for a moment. He smiled, thinking to himself, I believe we can become the most trusted of friends. From now on, I won't run away from him anymore. William clenched his fist and said decisively, Happy. If I can't change things, then I'd rather live honestly than live a lie. From now on, I'll teach you everything I know. In return, can you teach me how to become stronger? Happy Face looked at him, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Then he broke into a bright smile and said, You got it. I'll teach you everything I know. William cheered excitedly. Awesome. Then let's stop by the Knight's Order today before we head home. Happy Face immediately agreed. Sounds good. The moment they arrived at the Knight's Order, Finn's voice rang out, drawing all eyes from the training grounds. William, I can accept you, but a slave becoming a knight. An hour ago he was property, and now he's supposed to be our equal. I will not accept this absurdity. He furiously threw a wooden sword down in front of Happy Face. He pointed a finger, his voice dripping with contempt. Listen up, you piece of filth. I'm going to show everyone here just how unworthy you are. William stepped forward to stop them. Stop it. This is His Majesty's decision. We're not allowed to argue. Finn burst out with a mocking laugh. William, are you really going to yield to this bunch of lowlifes? When the bandit's blood was still fresh. You were a worthy knight, a hero. But you're not. You're useless trash. An uneducated fool. William growled in frustration. You madman. Stop it. Or you'll get killed. I knew there'd be opposition. But I never expected it to be this outrageous. Seeing William's flustered expression only made Finn more confident. Just as I thought. This slave is just using William to climb the ladder. I'll prove you're unworthy. And then you'll back down yourself. Amidst the tension, Happy Face spoke up. I get it. Don't worry. William, this will be over quickly. Soon after. The two were facing each other in the arena. Happy Face gripped the hilt of his sword, its tip touching the ground, signaling the start. His posture made the surrounding crowd erupt in laughter. What kind of stance is that, holding a sword like that? He must have never had any training. Finn held his sword in a textbook stance and said coldly, I can tell just by looking at you that you don't know a thing. This isn't a fair fight. I'm going to show you what happens when someone with no real skill tries to be a knight. I'll smash your skull, then break your jaw. He lunged forward suddenly, but Happy Face blocked the attack. Finn sneered. See that? The difference is huge, isn't it? This is a knight's sword. A slave like you has only known how to take a beating your whole life. So consider it an honor to even touch a weapon of prestige. He continued to slash relentlessly, his sword whistling through the air as the two darted around like a whirlwind. Finn slashed right under Happy Face's arm. Too slow, the knights roared with approval. Crush him. That's it. William was extremely worried, thinking to himself, happy. But when he saw Happy Face's nonchalant smile, he was stunned. Is he still putting on an act? Finn, oblivious, continued his frenzied attacks. Bow your head and apologize, you piece of trash. Suddenly, Happy Face's eyes shot wide open. He let go of his sword and sprang forward. In the blink of an eye, before Finn could even react, he lunged forward. He delivered a powerful punch to Finn's gut, causing him to collapse. Clutching his stomach and trembling violently, the entire arena fell silent. A few people shouted, You illiterate fool! What kind of knight throws away his sword to fight bare-handed? You think this is a tavern. If that were a real sword, you'd be dead by now. William thought to himself, dead. What are they talking about? He clearly blocked every single attack. Besides, by not using his sword, he's going easy on him. If this were a real sword fight, Finn would already be done for. Finn trembled, gritting his teeth. This is the first time I've ever felt such excruciating pain. That one punch hurt more than 5 years of sword training combined. It sent a chill right down my spine. He looked up at Happy Face and felt a murderous aura gathering around the boy, all directed at him. Happy Face picked up his sword, walked closer, and spoke softly. Don't be afraid. If you run away because of the pain, you will lose this fight. You came here to win, didn't you? So you have to endure it. Finn's eyes widened in bewilderment. His training was never anything like this. A lesson. A trainee. No. A slave dares to lecture me. Happy Face lunged forward, Let me teach you." He was still staggering to his feet, not having processed what was happening. Just then, the wooden sword snapped in two and flew into the air, leaving the knights frozen with their mouths agape. Chapter 19. The royal commander appeared, shouting, "What in the world are you idiots doing?" The tip of Happy Face's broken wooden sword was pressed against Finn's throat, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. The commander strode forward and bellowed, "I told you to bring them to my chambers. Who gave you permission to bully them? I was the one who brought them here. So if you have an issue, you can take it up with me." "Do you have that much of a problem with me?" Finn panicked and quickly stood at attention. "No, sir." The others all answered in unison, "No, sir." The knight commander ordered in a low voice. Dismissed. They all scrambled to run off, leaving only 3 people on the training grounds as the air grew noticeably quiet. A few seconds later, he turned and continued speaking. "You two won't have to deal with people like that anymore. As you know, the reason you were chosen was not for active duty, but to be the face of the kingdom. You won't need much training or combat, just to learn etiquette and attend events." William frowned, thinking that sooner or later the truth would come out. Happy Face would be ridiculed for his background, for being just a figurehead. With that thought, he spoke up. "In that case, may I quietly observe the training sessions?" The commander frowned, confused. "For what purpose? No one will say anything to you," William explained. "If I keep living a lie, when the time comes to prove my worth, I'll only have myself to blame for being helpless. I don't want to run away or be ashamed ever again. I will become someone that neither the pen nor the sword can break." Hearing this, the commander rubbed his forehead and sighed. The king created a false ideal, but now the real deal has shown up. He glanced over at Happy Face. "And you?" Happy Face smiled brightly. "That's right. We've decided to get stronger together." The commander froze, his gaze faltering as he recalled something from a few days ago. That day, he was surprised by a report. Happy Face was a slave raised by Lucas from a young age. The man beside him replied, "No. To be more precise, he was raised by the gladiators in Lucas's arena. I've investigated the list recently. That place has been filled with criminals, but before that, it was full of abnormally strong gladiators. During the war, that place held high-ranking prisoners and defeated soldiers. To have survived among them, he must be the strongest." The report stops there because I was delayed. The commander read on in Happy Face's file, which was filled with unknown entries and a note requesting further investigation. As if there was hidden data. Lucas's territory was once vast, and he traveled the world. If we follow his trail, we might find something more. However, the Lucas case is closed, and a further investigation has nothing to do with the Night Order. Is there a special reason to continue? The commander pondered. I'm not sure yet, but I suspect he was involved in an incident, and the location in the ledger matches that place perfectly. Returning to the present, the commander silently observed Happy Face, thinking to himself, "I'll proceed with the investigation later. For now, I just need to watch him. But for the time being, I have a feeling these kids are going to stir up something interesting. They say birds of a feather flock together. One has maturity and the other has skill. This will certainly be something to watch. Thanks to them, even my own long-dormant fighting spirit feels like it's flaring up again. My body is starting to warm up, as if it's been reawakened." After a moment of thought, he decided, "Very well, I'll allow you to observe freely. We'll leave it at that for now." The scene shifts to the small house where Happy Face lives. He excitedly held out a certificate. "Grandma, Grandpa, I've become a knight apprentice. Here's the paper." The old couple's eyes widened in surprise. He then asked, "Where's Winnie?" The old man replied, "She's gone to work." The old woman read the document, mumbling, "Emancipated slave, free citizen." He then pulled out a large pouch of money, "And there's a reward. 2, I want to give it all to you." The old man hugged the pouch of money, beaming. "What is all this? You're giving it all to us." The old woman was astonished. "It's one surprise after another with you." After handing over the items, he asked quietly, "Can I go train with William?" The old woman nodded. "Of course you can. You're a free man now. You don't have to do heavy work anymore." Hearing this, he dashed off. "I'll do some work later," the old man waved, beaming. "Attaboy. That's our grandson." the old woman mused. Kids grow up so fast, the old man replied cheerfully. He's not a kid anymore, he's a blessing. As he ran, Happy Face sang to himself. Back to the training grounds. At the training grounds, the knight apprentices were training diligently. Happy Face leaned in and whispered to his friend, William, pay attention to that guy. He's the best one here. Don't just watch the hand holding the sword. Watch his judgment and how he shifts his center of gravity. Those are things you can only... I can feel it when I move myself. But before he could finish, William cut in. I get it. First, you focus on your center of gravity, and then you swing the sword. Right. His stance is really different, half a beat faster and more precise, even though their speeds are the same. His timing is different, so he always has the upper hand. Happy Face said in awe, Your observation and analysis are excellent. It'll help you grow quickly. Once my wounds heal, we'll try it all out. For now, let's just observe carefully. William nodded, his eyes fixed on the knight like a hawk, muttering non-stop. Analyze. Analyze. A person standing nearby broke into a cold sweat, just as expected. A hero's gaze is different. He could spot the best student with just a single glance. A while later, the two were sitting in the library. William pointed and instructed. This letter is read as A. Happy Face looked on and nodded. I understand. He smiled brightly and pointed to another spot. Then try to guess this sentence. Happy Face read clearly. True courage lies not in the sword, but in a heart that chooses what is right. William was surprised. That's right. How did you know? Happy Face smiled and replied, Based on what you've told me so far in the context, I just guessed. Just as the two of them left, Happy Face immediately pointed and exclaimed, The light is coming from that direction, so that's... West the sun is setting, so it must be past noon. Scene change. This time, it's like a math class. The problem 3 loaves of bread per day. A 20-day journey. 400 people. You'll need to prepare 24,000 loaves. What's the next question? William frowned. What is going on his face a mask of confusion? William was amazed. You're like a living book. You've grasped knowledge it seemed you were missing, and you know how to apply it so quickly. Happy Face saw William smiling dazedly and called out softly, William. He was startled. William smiled and reminded him, That's enough for today. It's getting late. See you tomorrow. Confused at first, Happy Face looked up. Only then realizing the moon had risen at some point, he blurted out, Oh my gosh, how did it get so dark? See you tomorrow, William. This was really fun, he said before dashing off. William watched his retreating back and nodded slightly. Me too. Clutching the book tightly, he quietly told himself, I won't let myself be left too far behind. Looking up at the sky, Winnie exclaimed, It's already gotten dark. She rubbed her neck and sighed softly. The roads are so dangerous at night. I guess I'll have to sleep at the pharmacy again. It's always like this, Winnie mused. Happy Face was summoned by the king, wasn't he? It's been 3 days already, she sighed. I can't go home because of work. I just wish I could go back. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Winnie quickly turned toward the sound, walked closer, and called out, We're closed. The door swung open, and a brightly smiling Happy Face appeared. It's me. I came to walk you home, on the dark street. She walked beside Happy Face and asked, Did the old man tell you to come get me? Holding a torch? He answered simply. Yes. He glanced over at her and added, I was in a good mood today, so I thought I'd ask you to come home and eat with me. Winnie stopped, a confused look on her face. A good mood. She immediately leaned in closer. Guessing. Don't tell me there was good news that day, I'm so curious. What happened? He replied right away. The king recognized me as a free citizen and also appointed me as a knight apprentice. Winnie covered her mouth and exclaimed, What, that's such a fast promotion. It makes sense that he called you back. She smiled brightly and suggested, Wow, I have to do something to celebrate for you, Happy Face said sincerely. Seeing everyone happy is enough for me. Winnie looked at him and thought to herself, Of course we're happy. She must be so thrilled. He looked up and recounted her words. Yes, she was very happy. She said that everything was fine now, and from now on, only good things will happen. He closed his eyes, a radiant smile on his face. A moment later, Happy Face gently reminded her, "Winnie, don't overwork yourself anymore. Okay, I'll always be here to protect you." Winnie didn't answer right away. She just remained silent for a moment. She quietly gazed at Happy Face's strong, steady back. Then she gently closed her eyes and reached out to touch him. Happy Face was a little flustered by her action. Winnie spoke softly, her heart filled with warmth. "Thank you. This is the first time in my life I've had something to look forward to like this." He said nothing, just glanced sideways at her. Winnie wiped her tears and asked, "Are you still taking your medicine regularly?" Without turning his head, Happy Face just looked straight ahead. "Yes, I'm sleeping better and gradually feeling healthier." In the darkness, Winnie let out a laugh. "That's great," he replied. "Yes." When they arrived at the farm, the old man with white hair appeared, waving and calling out, "Winnie's here." Her eyes widened as she asked in surprise, "What is all this?" "Gramps," he answered calmly. "It's a celebration." She was confused. "But why at our farm?" The undertaker walked over and asked quietly, "Old man, you're not overdoing it, are you?" The white-haired man greeted him enthusiastically. "The old gravedigger is here." Saga shook Happy Face's hand. "Nice to meet you. Congratulations on joining the knighthood." He gripped his hand and replied, "Thank you." Winnie broke out in a sweat, placing a hand on the white-haired man's shoulder and hesitating. "I thought this was just a family dinner. Why did you invite so many people?" He chuckled nonchalantly. "I invited everyone." The whole farm was bustling with lively conversations and someone calling for help. "It's all right. That's my grandson." He began to list them off, from the butcher shop to the fruit stand. He even invited the blacksmith. Winnie stared blankly at the crowd and asked, "Where did you get the money?" He answered calmly, "I used up all the reward money." Her eyes flew wide open in astonishment. "What reward money?" Happy Face, standing behind her, explained succinctly, "It's the reward I received when I was appointed as a knight apprentice." As understanding dawned, Winnie's jaw dropped and she cried out. All that money belonged to Happy Face. The white-haired man raised his glass, joining the festivities, completely intoxicated by the smell of money. The old man in the scarf grabbed his leg and urged him excitedly, "Get up there and give a speech, old-timer." The white-haired old man, lost in his drunken state, let out a continuous booming laugh. Lifted up by two men, he spread his arms wide and shouted, "A toast to Happy Face, who will become a knight of the kingdom." Standing nearby, Happy Face clapped along with the joyful cheers as the atmosphere grew more and more heated. The night sky was brilliantly lit by a blanket of twinkling stars that stretched over the party. Winnie watched him in the middle of a circle of well-wishers, the sounds of "thank you" and "congratulations, congratulations" echoing continuously. The white-haired man placed his hand on the table and called out, "Hey, Winnie!" She rested her chin on her hand and replied dejectedly, "Yes." He gazed off toward Happy Face and said in a low voice, "Even though he's a free man now, the fact that he was once a slave still lingers. There will be those who refuse to acknowledge him and will look down on him. That's why we have to make them remember that Happy Face is our family. Anyone who scorns Happy Face scorns our entire family." I remember seeing Happy Face, covered in wounds, awkwardly walking in. The old couple and Winnie were so worried. We had to show him how we truly feel, and that's why we're having this party. Winnie finally understood and whispered back, "Why didn't you just say so from the beginning?" The white-haired man didn't answer. His eyes remained on Happy Face as he added, "What's important is that he learns what it means to live a life together with others." A clear image formed of Happy Face scratching his neck, awkwardly trying to make conversation in the middle of the crowd. Winnie couldn't help but smile, a gentle expression that couldn't hide her joy. William approached and called out, "Happy Face." He turned and pointed to the banquet table. "William, there's so much good food over there. Let's go eat." William's father hesitated, silently looking at him. A moment later, the man placed a hand on his chest, bowed his head, and apologized for his previous disrespect and rudeness. Happy Face looked at him for a second, then held out his hand and replied, "It's all right, sir. I never hated you." William, standing behind them, witnessed the whole thing, a gentle smile spreading across his face. Ellie walked over and handed him a hand-embroidered scarf. "Big brother, this is a gift from me. I made it myself. Thank you for saving me." Happy Face bent down to accept it, smiling as he replied, "Thank you." The white-haired man ran over with his glass and pulled William's father into the crowd. "Come on, everyone, raise your glasses." The old corpse collector looked at his table and sighed. "After this meal, I might as well go dig my own grave." He grumbled unhappily, looking at the white-haired man with unbearable irritation. The old corpse collector raised his glass and promised Saga, "Saga, if you achieve something great, I'll throw a huge party for you too. A young man has to succeed at least once." After saying that, he turned away and sighed softly. "Heavens, we're out of wine. Let me go get some more." Saga looked down in silence, lost in heavy thought. A mysterious figure suddenly appeared behind him and whispered, "Saga, the day has been set." It was as if Saga was detached from the noise of the party. 2 months from now, at the Royal Knights Tournament, the day everyone will be present. The mysterious figure's eyes flashed with sinister intent as he bared his teeth in a grin. "We wait for that day. The day we assassinate the king." In the arena, 2 knights pointed their swords at each other, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. The knights' sparring tournament began, blazing to life in the arena. The stands were packed. Everyone's eyes were glued to the fierce battle below, not daring to look away for even a second. A long line of knights raised their swords. Every year, the top 10 are chosen. On the other side were the knight apprentices, hands on their chests, burning with the desire to step into the arena. The blonde-haired man fought against the black-haired one. For an apprentice, it was a great honor to compete against a full-fledged knight. The king sat with his chin in his hand, observing. A good performance was the fastest path to becoming an official knight, so the competition among the apprentices was incredibly fierce. Happy Face stood with his arms crossed, reading the rules on the board. A brown-haired man appeared, pointing and shouting. "Hey, you idiot," he sneered. "I doubt someone like you can even read that." Then he smugly boasted that his family had invested heavily in the competition, managing the arena, providing the meals, and the prize money. The brown-haired man puffed out his chest and declared confidently, "In other words, this is my playground." His attitude shifted as he mockingly patted Happy Face on the chest. It would be so unpleasant to have some stinking slave in the arena. The air around Happy Face grew heavy, his gaze sharpening as it fixed on the brown-haired man. The brown-haired man clenched his fist and added, "It's not just my family. The other noble families think so too. You'd better know your place." "Damn it." He leaned in close, speaking non-stop. "Isn't that right I heard during training? You beat him like a dog. He just took the hits, and when he got mad, he threw a punch that looked like a toddler's." Happy Face calmly replied, "I wasn't planning on participating, but after hearing you talk, now I really want to." The brown-haired man froze, his face stiffening as he stammered. Then he quickly reverted to his usual sly demeanor. He turned away, waving his hand dismissively as he jeered. "That opportunity will never be yours. Someone like you isn't even qualified." Happy Face silently watched the mocking crowd, while William held a notice and read each line carefully. "This year's selection will include an additional knowledge test." Happy Face looked up and asked, "What is that?" William explained that they wanted to test the candidate's knowledge before the main evaluation. William lowered his voice grimly. "In my opinion, they're probably trying to eliminate you right from the start." Happy Face. Elsewhere, the brown-haired man held a paper in front of the blonde-haired man and ordered, "Hey, over here," the blonde-haired man asked, confused. "What is this?" The brown-haired man smirked as he offered the paper, the answers for the upcoming test. But the blonde-haired man refused outright. "I don't need something like that." The brown-haired man glanced away, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Of course, I knew you'd say that. You always have to be the best, don't you? But what if you get just one question wrong? You'll lose your top rank. Could you bear that?" Those words made the blonde-haired man hesitate. His brow furrowed as his conviction began to waver. He immediately snatched the answer sheet. The brown-haired man watched him, his eyes glinting with smug satisfaction. He clapped the blonde-haired man on the shoulder, adding, "That's the spirit. Imagine how magnificent it would be if all our allies held the top ranks. Let's make that vision a reality. Together." "Meanwhile," Happy Face said with excitement, "I wasn't planning on joining in, but after everything you've said, I want to give it a try." William stared at the announcement for a moment before asking, "You want to try?" William analyzed the situation seriously. "The knowledge gap between you and the other apprentices is immense. Even if you studied for an entire week, it wouldn't be enough." He looked Happy Face straight in the eye and said, "But this is a test, and it's obvious they're underestimating you. Because of that, I think I can guess what kind of questions they'll ask." Happy Face was taken aback for a moment. "Is that really possible?" William recalled his own college days, explaining, "I was always at the top of my class, not just because I studied hard, but because I was good at figuring out what the examiners were thinking." He lowered his head, his voice dropping. "If we're lucky enough to guess right, you still have a chance of making it, though the odds are extremely slim." William looked at him seriously and added, "And that chance depends entirely on your absolute, unwavering effort." Happy Face listened to his every word in silence. Time passed, and a week later, the results were announced. Happy Face had passed the test. He stood amidst the crowd, staring at the list of those who had been accepted. He had passed by a single point. A heavy, gloomy atmosphere fell over the barracks. With only a month until the final trial, a crowd of people, furious that Happy Face had passed, gathered. The brown-haired man's father bellowed, "Our family is sponsoring this event. What is going on? That boy is illiterate." His son clenched his fists and yelled, "He must have cheated." "Father." Arguments broke out as other nobles, whose own sons had scored lower, grew enraged. The blonde-haired man's father growled, "Is my son really less capable than a slave?" The blonde-haired man himself turned pale, trying to bear the humiliation, while his father muttered angrily, "What kind of blasted test was that?" The blonde-haired man clutched the paper, remembering the sight of Happy Face studying with William. He hadn't realized back then the depth of care William had for the boy. A few people suddenly recalled seeing Happy Face studying late into the night, and they felt a twinge of shame. The judges were in a tense discussion. The test had included an essay portion, and Happy Face now stood before them. His answer revealed a profound understanding of wartime strategy, as he calmly stated, "In war, the most important thing is not to defeat the enemy, but to protect our people." Happy Face quoted the great champion, saying, "Therefore, the strategy I have laid out is not designed to take lives," he finished with powerful conviction, "but to save them." The captain of the night stared with wide, astonished eyes at the boy's words. An old man whispered, "Is that the Happy Face kid?" Another, wearing a hat, reminded him, "Yes. We're to give him a low score, as per the sponsor's request." The captain was silent for a moment, closing his eyes in deep contemplation. "I'm not sure if this will do any good, but..." Then he wrote a note in the margin, "Special bonus, +1 point." He watched Happy Face pensively. "I once hoped you wouldn't enter the tournament, fearing you'd cause a commotion. But now I've changed my mind." He remembered every single one of his moves, thinking to himself, "This man knows more than just how to fight." In that moment, he suddenly had a realization. "So there was a reason why Lucas Tan risked his life to protect you," he thought. As the image of Lucas flashed clearly in his mind, the captain pursed his lips, clenching his fist with conviction. "Happy Face, I want to see just how far you'll go." Happy Face leaned over the table and turned to ask William, "William, are you going to take the assessment as a knight? You don't need to do the knowledge exam, just the sparring." William shook his head and said softly, "I don't think I'm capable enough. Right now. I'm not even at the level of a certified knight, and my official status is complicated." Happy Face pressed on. "What if you were on their level? Would you enter then?" The brown-haired guy crossed his arms with a scornful look. "What's this? Is he seriously going to train for the assessment?" People started whispering as they watched Happy Face practicing with his sword under William's instruction. It looks like William is teaching him directly, passing on his knowledge and everything. That's really something. I wish I could get some pointers too. I'm so jealous. The brown-haired guy raised an eyebrow and sneered. What a ridiculous sideshow. He's flailing that thing around like a broom. No wonder he has to use his fists. He licked his lips, muttering with confidence. Go ahead. Bring that brute force. It'll just make it more satisfying when I break every bone in your body. The brown-haired guy tilted his head and waved dismissively. Weren't you going to go hide in the storeroom? Off you go then, ignoring the stares. Happy Face cheerfully said to William, See? William, I'm copying you perfectly. William gave a strained smile, looking at his form. Is that supposed to be my stance? And I think they were just bad-mouthing me. William closed his eyes and put a hand to his forehead. Now that I'm seeing it up close, it's obvious. His movements are all over the place. He thinks one way and moves another. Happy Face looked at his wooden sword and suggested, Let's spar so I can help you with your form. I'll perfectly mimic your fighting style and then show you your flaws. And I'll adjust my level as you improve. You have 1 month until the assessment. So try to beat me as many times as you can. William was stunned by the declaration, stammering, Fight exactly like me. Can you really do that? Happy Face pointed his sword at William and yelled, Get ready. William, you've done your part. Now it's my turn, I'm ready for you. Meanwhile, the brown-haired guy was leaning on a table, chatting happily with his friends. No training today. This is the life. William took a serious defensive stance, his sword held diagonally as he focused. He kept his opponent's eyes and the tips of his toes in his sights. He unleashed a direct downward strike, then immediately blocked a counterattack from the front. Without hesitating, William countered fiercely, raising his sword high to seize the advantage. He landed on his feet and took several steps back to maintain distance. William tightened his grip on the sword, crouching low with his gaze locked on his opponent. You're too slow. Your timing has to be more precise. A missed swing just wastes your stamina. He furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with resolve as he dodged, defended, and calculated the distance all at once. Sweat trickled down William's forehead. It was only by fighting him directly that he could truly grasp it. A principle flashed in his mind. This was a battle of wits, and he had to decipher the rules of engagement. Baiting, calculating, gauging, countering, timing, defending, attack patterns, adjusting, countering, stabilizing, timing the strike, the rules, the rhythm. Feint, break the guard, attack, parry, break the guard, baiting with a feint. This entire fight is about predicting moves and forming a strategy. William was amazed as he recognized Happy Face's moves, sweeps, thrusts, knockbacks, wearing down his stamina, then countering to break his guard. So this is the kind of world Happy Face battles in. William's expression softened as he pointed his sword forward. Now I finally get it. He's on a completely different level. Maintain an aggressive stance, launch a surprise attack, aim for a quick finish, switch postures, strike at any opening, and react with lightning speed. William squinted as a blur suddenly flashed before him. He lost his focus, his eyes widening in shock as he saw the blade graze past him. He gritted his teeth, his eyes hardening as he spotted an opening. He had to stop it immediately, but then he paused. No, this attack. William stared at the sword tip aiming straight for his face, realizing it was too short. He pressed his lips together, pulling his sword back, firm in his belief that a counterattack was the right move. William froze solid when he saw the point of the sword was already touching his neck. His eyes darted downwards in utter confusion. Then, understanding dawned on him, and he chuckled. Ah, a feint followed by an unexpected thrust. He let out a sigh of relief. William laughed brightly, his image fading as half of Happy Face's visage appeared. He cheered. My 313th victory. Happy Face looked at William and said with a bright smile, Congratulations, William. William placed a hand on his own shoulder, not yet responding, thinking to himself that this victory was also won by the narrowest of margins. He sat down heavily on the ground to rest, with only 1 day remaining until the evaluation. For the entire past month, William had been training relentlessly. He gazed at Happy Face's back, lost in thought, but the most frightening thing of all was Happy Face itself. William was stunned. Happy Face had copied his every mistake, habit, and strategy. Even his shoulder injury was perfectly replicated. He looked down in a daze. This was no longer simple imitation. How could it be so identical? Happy Face looked over at William cheerfully and suggested, "William, let's rest early today and save your strength for the evaluation." William immediately agreed. "All right," the Knight Captain declared in a stern voice. "William, you will not participate in the evaluation. During the Night Orders tournament, you will simply stand by my side and observe. This evaluation is no longer necessary for you," he added. "You just need to sit with me beside His Majesty the King and greet the subjects. I had intended to inform you after your match, but I didn't expect you to seek me out first." The Knight Captain frowned and rested his chin on his hand. "Musing? I actually thought you would skip the evaluation. After all, if you were to fight for real against the Knights, your true abilities would be exposed immediately." William lowered his head in silence. He clenched his fists, his thoughts in turmoil. He was right. With only a month of training, he was nowhere near the level of a real knight. This training was only meant to help him overcome his own limits. He was still lacking compared to the official knights, but William was resolute. "I want to participate in the evaluation." With his head bowed, he declared firmly, "You're always lacking when you first start. I want to face that and accept it." The captain closed his eyes, thinking to himself, "This isn't just about you. I thought you were the rational type, but who knew you could be so stubborn?" He let out a soft snort in the face of William's burning gaze of determination. Sunlight bathed the area. The next day, the knights were ready. Everyone was gathered in the courtyard where the evaluation was to take place. A brown-haired father glanced around and said loudly, "I hope the scoring is fair. Even with our family's backing, I can't raise your score for you." 2 rows of knights lined up in front of the arena, and the evaluation match began. William and the second-ranked knight were called. They were the first to enter the dueling grounds, as William faced the second-ranked knight. The red-robed knights whispered amongst themselves, "The commander is participating too. I thought they wouldn't fight for real, that it was just a mock battle." The ones in brown chattered excitedly, though they were still very much looking forward to it. Inside the tent, the captain quietly reminded the second-ranked knight to go easy on him. He spoke evenly. "As you know, I've already told you that William has never held a sword before. His only advantage is his willpower." He continued to instruct, "With your level of skill, no one would say a thing if you ended it quickly. He has grasped the basics of swordsmanship, so you should finish it cleanly before anyone becomes suspicious." The second-ranked knight nodded. "Yes, I understand." The captain narrowed his eyes seriously. While William's gaze was filled with worry, the second-ranked knight held his wooden sword, thinking to himself that he was also curious to see what this Happy Face was truly capable of. As the coordinator raised the flag, he silently assessed that defeating that whole group of exiles was truly impressive. William suddenly charged toward the second-ranked knight. He swung powerfully, knocking his opponent's sword away. The referee frowned and chided. "Why did you strike before the signal?" William frantically bowed his head, apologizing repeatedly, as the blonde-haired man sneered. The brown-haired man feigned sympathy, but his tone was sarcastic. "What rookie doesn't make that mistake?" That was some nice acting. A bead of sweat rolled down the second-ranked knight's cheek. He turned to the captain, who was also stunned by that last move. He never expected that even the captain couldn't have predicted it. The captain was a bit dazed. William's true strength. The referee raised the red flag high. "Begin." He remembered what William had once said, his face so serious at the time. "I will become someone who can never be broken." The captain watched the match below, never imagining those words would come true so quickly. William slid forward, attacking relentlessly. Happy Face looked at him, and only he understood what was happening. The audience murmured in confusion. What was that just now? He remembered training with William. From that, he discovered a new pattern and began to imitate him even more. His eyes widened and his hand tightened on his sword. He's going to create his own nearly perfect swordsmanship. Restraint, unique skills, counterattacks that shift stances, constantly adjusting speed and form. Happy Face watched with his arms crossed. That swordsmanship belonged to William alone. He grinned, thinking to himself, "To be honest, imitating him is getting exhausting." The second-ranked knight frowned, concluding, "He's still not fast enough." He reacted quickly, dodging William's attack. The captain narrowed his eyes, assessing the situation. Nothing particularly outstanding yet. William gritted his teeth, putting all his strength into pressing his sword against his opponent's, but he began to be pushed back. The two continuously swung their swords as the pressure gradually increased. The difference in their mindsets was becoming clear. Their movements concluded cleanly, precise with every beat. William and he swung their swords, clashing. The slash only cut through the air and zipped past. The second-ranked knight looked into the boy's determined eyes and thought, every time, he made the right choice, no matter how difficult. He placed his sword in front of his chest to block William's attack, making it seem like a normal match. But when William powerfully swept aside his opponent's attack, his experience was palpable. The whole arena buzzed with tension, wondering if this was really an exhibition since everyone was so serious. The second-ranked knight pulled his sword back, still watching William. The boy had already revealed a weakness, and if he wanted to, he could have delivered the finishing blow long ago. The captain's words echoed in his head. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, his gaze hardening. William stepped back, surprised to see him charge forward to attack. He frowned, his expression suddenly growing heavy. William noticed something strange. The knight was holding back, something he had suspected since they first locked eyes. He gripped his sword, his hand trembling, but he still wanted his opponent to fight with all his might. William gritted his teeth and mustered all his strength for an attack, vowing to go all out this time. The second-ranked knight suddenly raised his hand and said, "I surrender." William was stunned, unable to believe his ears. The referee lowered the flag, declaring the match was over. The exhibition was finished. The stadium erupted in thunderous cheers. The referee stepped between them and asked them to shake hands. The other knights murmured amongst themselves, "Did he really surrender? So that's how it is." William leaned on his sword to steady himself, then let out a sigh of relief as his body relaxed. He closed his eyes, blaming himself. "I'm still lacking in so many ways. That's why I couldn't truly gauge my opponent's strength from a distance." The captain crossed his arms and smiled, thinking with approval, "He's better than I thought. What has he been doing this past month?" He turned to the second-ranked knight and praised him. "You stopped at just the right time. That was a good performance, too." The knight's face was grim as he replied, "That's not it, sir. I couldn't continue any longer." The captain was momentarily surprised by his words. His leg was trembling as he struggled to stand firm on the arena floor. He recalled William's very first strike that had hit his leg. From the very beginning, William was aiming for my ankle. He attacked that same spot repeatedly. After that, William launched a relentless assault, using a series of thrusts to control the fight. William charged forward, his sword cutting through the air, forcing me to support myself with my left leg. He constantly forced me to use my left leg, and the pressure on my ankle just kept building, so I had no choice but to stop. I lost. The blonde one frowned and remarked, "William had countless chances to end the match earlier. If he had been more decisive, he would have won." Then he turned to Happy Face. Maybe he was waiting for a stronger attack from his opponent. Happy Face crossed his arms calmly. That allowed him to counter at the right moment and inflict maximum damage. The blonde guy raised an eyebrow, while Finn was stunned. Happy Face just quietly looked at them both. Finn gritted his teeth and stepped closer to Happy Face, yelling, "You idiot. What do you know? Don't act like you understand anything. You brat." He didn't respond. Finn broke out in a cold sweat, suddenly remembering his fight with Happy Face. Since then, he had started to feel a strange connection. Finn's hand trembled as he pointed at him, feeling both angry and confused. Just looking at his face was infuriating. Finn narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Hardly anyone here gets trained by someone like William. Usually. We're stuck on cleaning duty, not sparring one-on-one with them. You're damn lucky. You fool." He looked out at the field angrily. "If it weren't for you, I would have passed the freestyle exam and gotten into the main tournament. Why was I called so late? If only my family were more powerful." Happy Face looked at Finn with a bright smile and suggested, Do you want to train with us? William is looking for a sparring partner. Finn whipped around, shouting in shock. What? Sir William. Finn screamed internally. Watch how you address him, you idiot. But he still stammered and nodded. All right then. Finn forced a sarcastic smile. Yeah. But if they're letting someone like you in? The standards must have really dropped. A black-haired guy peeked in and asked, "Can I join too?" Another guy with light hair also raised his hand. "I want in as well." Before he could react, a whole group of them rushed over, all asking to join. Finn turned around furiously, shoving the crowd away and yelling, "Shut up, all of you! Do I have to beg some servant just to get trained by Sir William?" From a distance, the brown-haired guy and his group watched the chaos surrounding Happy Face. He tilted his head contemptuously. Damn it. The group behind the brown-haired guy tensed up as he said, "Did you just curse at me?" The king let out a long yawn, waiting for the next match. After 33 bouts, the sound of a trumpet once again echoed across the arena. The sound lingered for a very long time. The brown-haired guy raised his hand high with an arrogant smile and stepped into the arena. "Thank you. It's my turn." The captain of the knights frowned at the ostentatious display, a musical fanfare. The blonde guy replied wearily, "He's swaggering around like he's a real knight already." The person next to him added, "Well, he's almost there." His father poured a mountain of gold into securing him a knighthood. The brown-haired guy arrogantly yelled, "First, let's weed out the unworthy ones here." He beckoned to Happy Face. "Get over here, you slave." The captain of the knights furrowed his brow, displeased. This behavior is truly disrespectful. The brown-haired guy's father boasted smugly, "I taught him well, didn't I? My son will never tolerate such filth. That's the true spirit of a knight." The brown-haired guy and Happy Face stood opposite each other. Their sword tips pointed to the sky. He licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Damn it, I've been waiting to tear you to shreds for a long time." The blonde guy suddenly called out from behind Finn, "Hey Finn, when you fought him, did you really give it your all?" Finn was startled and shouted agitatedly, "Why are you asking that?" The blonde guy observed Finn's every expression before replying, "I happened to catch your match." Finn's sweat started pouring down. Oh. Finn remembered the moment he pointed his sword at Happy Face and growled, "I don't accept this, you piece of trash." The blonde guy rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. There's something strange about him. He looked down at the ground pensively. I feel like he's hiding his true strength. Then he asked Finn, "Did you notice anything unusual?" Finn snapped back. "Unusual? What are you talking about?" "Stop asking, you idiot." The blonde guy ventured a guess. "If you had a rematch, you'd win again." "Right." Hearing this, Finn's face went pale. Sweat dripped continuously from Finn's face as he stared at Happy Face as if he were a monster. The blonde guy watched his retreating figure and confessed, "Every time I see that guy, I feel uneasy. It's as if he lives in a completely different world." Finn replied in a low voice, "Seriously, I just don't get it. He looks like a total fool." He glanced at Happy Face and added, "This match will make everything clear." From the stands, William said quietly, "Happy, you should use your sword in the elimination rounds." William continued gravely, "I realized it from the very first day. Happy, you have talent, but if you don't fight as a swordsman, they will never acknowledge you." He then added, "Show them something they'll be forced to recognize. From the very beginning of the match, let them know who's in charge here," William added. "That switch to the liberal arts exam last time really worked in your favor." He recalled the insults that Finn and Brown Hair had thrown at him. They still looked at him with contempt. This was his chance to change everything. William smiled confidently. "I can say one thing for certain." Happy Face raised the tip of his sword, William's words echoing in his ears, "This arena was made for you." Brown Hair looked at his sword stance and burst out laughing. "So you've actually practiced, huh? Your form is passable." He added with contempt, "But that's as far as you'll get." Brown Hair remembered his father's words, "The way has been paved for you. You will be awarded 1,000,000 points." Happy Face lowered his sword and activated a skill. Stunning. Brown Hair basic sword technique. He furrowed his brow at Happy Face's speed as their two swords clashed, sending sparks everywhere. Brown Hair gritted his teeth, straining to parry the attack. His face flushed red as he roared, glaring at Happy Face before pouring all his strength into his sword. Happy Face silently observed his opponent's every move. Then, they both lunged forward, striking at the same moment. Happy Face landed a decisive blow, making his opponent freeze. The image of a dove was reflected in Brown Hair's eyes as a small cut opened on his forehead, a trail of red trickling down his face. The entire arena fell silent, stunned by what they had just witnessed. The knight captain watched intently, a hit to the head. A second-rank knight silently assessed. Perfect movement. William gave a slight smile, thinking to himself, "That's a perfect score." Finn's eyes widened in disbelief. What, it's over already? Blondie was stunned. That was an incredibly clean finish. Brown Hair's father scowled, his expression tense. The referee raised the yellow flag and declared, "Continue." William's eyes widened in disbelief. What? The captain gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. That scoundrel. What in the world is going on? The referee, sweating and trembling, screamed internally, "I've been doing this for 10 years, and I took the money. They promised me a sum I couldn't make in a lifetime." He paled, trying to figure out how to drag out the match so the other guy could win. "I just lost focus for a moment. I couldn't follow the action." The referee glanced at Brown Hair, thinking that even with the hit, he could still win with bonus points if he just held on. Brown Hair gritted his teeth and roared. "You bastard!" Brown Hair raised his sword and shouted, "I was careless. Now I'm going to show you my true power." William's expression hardened. Are they really going to proceed as if nothing happened? Brown Hair glanced back, saw William, and thought to himself, that cunning bastard must have taught his disciple to use dirty tricks. He roared, dodged the attack, and finished with a slash, but Happy Face stabbed him straight from behind. He hissed, "You insect." The crowd murmured as they saw him stagger. Everyone was amazed. He didn't look like a gladiator at all. The brown-haired man furiously raised his sword and yelled, "I'll show you a skill no one has ever dreamed of. Watch closely." But he froze when Happy Face's blade touched his neck. He tried to push it away but was struck right in a vital spot. The panicked referee rushed out to stop them. "Stop! Your belt is loose. Adjust it and then continue fighting." He gulped, sweat pouring down, and cursed internally. "Please just finish him off already." The blonde man watched every moment, thinking to himself, the skill gap is too obvious. Is he really that strong with just a club? William smirked slightly. Happy continues to exceed all expectations as usual. Everyone understood this was a complete victory. The brown-haired man's father trembled uncontrollably, stammering in disbelief. "No, this can't be happening." Happy Face tilted his head, looking casually at the brown-haired man. His eyes showed confusion. Why haven't they stopped the match? He assessed his opponent's condition. With these injuries, he would have been dead long ago in the real world. Happy Face narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke. "I heard you're one of the best gladiators." The brown-haired man was flustered by the question. Happy Face continued, "But no matter how I look at it, you're still at the bottom." The brown-haired man gritted his teeth and growled, "Are you out of your mind?" He recalled watching others practice with William. "I've been watching you for a whole month. You have fighting spirit, confidence, and a decent physique when you fight others. Your arrogance is a rare sight, which is probably why they often surrender early and jump to conclusions." Happy Face smiled, emphasizing, "Even though they could have totally beaten you." Finn's eyes widened, his heart tightening. That bastard said the same thing when he fought me. Was he really holding back? The brown-haired man, mad with anger, charged forward, screaming, "Shut up, what do you know?" Happy Face calmly raised his sword to block. The brown-haired man froze, his face turning pale. At that moment, Happy Face seemed to transform into a monster as he spoke. "Even your fighting spirit is broken now." The brown-haired man pulled his sword back and roared, "Shut up, you piece of trash." In that very instant, Happy Face delivered the decisive blow. The blade whistled through the air. The brown-haired man's eyes filled with panic. William's eyes widened in silence. "It's broken," he thought to himself. "The timing, the posture, the direction of the attack. I calculated it all from the moment he provoked him." The brown-haired man stared blankly at his sword. now broken in two. Happy Face, Lucas, Depbringer, Karina. He rested his hand on his sword's hilt and offered, "If you want, I'll let you have the first match." The referee spread his arms and shouted, "Happy wins. I did everything I could." The brown-haired guy's father stared in shock, his mouth hanging open before he collapsed backward, unconscious. The brown-haired guy pushed himself up, his face twisted in defeat. He stepped forward into the crowd with a faint smirk and warned them, "From now on, don't you dare treat me like a slave. Anyone who does is a disgrace to the honor of a knight," sitting on the table. He rubbed his neck and asked, "Did I really have to say that? Isn't it enough that I won?" William replied decisively, "Yes. Just winning is not enough," William said sternly. "It's not just about proving your strength, Happy. You have to make them see your sense of responsibility and your will, like a true knight." After he spoke, he glanced around at the crowd. He turned his head, his eyes freezing in clear surprise. The knights were looking at him in a completely different light. Every single one of them. He stood there amidst thunderous applause, finally acknowledged by the entire assembly. He turned to William with a radiant smile. William gave him an approving thumbs up. A hand shot up in the crowd asking for another match, and Happy Face turned to look. The blonde-haired guy stepped forward, his eyes resolute, and declared, "My opponent has forfeited. I want to fight Happy." The captain of the knights lowered his head in thought. This entire evaluation had become utter chaos. He glanced over at the brown-haired guy's father, who was angrily cursing the organizers as he stormed away. He frowned as he looked back at the sweating, flag-holding referee, then at the blonde guy who was brazenly demanding a match. A trainee was shouting out of turn, and no one was listening to commands. The captain narrowed his eyes, thinking, "Have they all gone insane?" He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. The thought crossed his mind that he should stop everything and retrain them all from scratch. But the knight captain remained calm, silently considering the situation. He was sure everyone else was thinking the same thing. The blonde-haired guy and Happy Face stepped into the center of the arena. The second-ranked knight's eyes gleamed with excitement, while William held his breath in anticipation. Finn stared wide-eyed. The blonde guy narrowed his gaze, and the referee broke out in a cold sweat. The king raised his hand and commanded, "Let them continue." The blonde guy looked Happy Face straight in the eye and said, "I know you're not all talk and no action. Your true strength is difficult to gauge," he stated firmly. "That's why I want a real match." The blonde guy continued, oblivious to William frantically signaling no to Happy Face. "So use your full power against me." Finn froze, a thought echoing in his mind. Does he really have that kind of presence? He's like a completely different person. The two raised their swords, meeting the eager expectations of the entire audience. Here, at the academy, Happy had not only gained recognition but had also become an inspiration to others. He tightened his grip on his sword's hilt as the blonde-haired guy charged forward, unleashing a decisive blow. The blonde's eyes widened as he thrust his sword forward, but Happy Face swiftly raised his own to block the attack. He raised his sword, his expression full of determination. The reflection of the descending sword blade gleamed in Happy Face's eyes. The blonde man launched his attack, but Happy Face dodged it in an instant. William stared with his mouth agape, his eyes glued to the fight. Every movement was perfectly seamless, not at all like that of an apprentice knight. He saw the solid wall behind the blonde man and told himself there was no more room to retreat. He had to end it now. Happy Face suddenly lunged straight at him. The blonde man frowned, assessing the situation as he smoothly transitioned from a defensive to an offensive stance. He smirked, realizing his opponent was no ordinary fighter. He watched as Happy Face's back hit the wall, thinking to himself, "But my foundation is stronger. I won't be overwhelmed." He unleashed a finishing blow, determined not to show any mercy. Happy Face's eyes widened as he raised his sword to parry, his defense precise and leaving no openings. The blonde man froze, staring at him in shock. Happy Face's eyes curved, holding an imposing authority found only among the knightly order. A loud thud echoed through the arena. The referee and Finn turned to look at the blonde man, asking with concern, "Hey, are you all right?" Happy Face rested a hand on his sword's pommel and said nonchalantly, "His head's been cut off." The man sat on the ground in a panic, clutching his neck and screaming, "No." Happy Face turned to the blonde man and laughed. "Just kidding, you only passed out for a second." The blonde man slowly regained his composure, his gaze fixed intently on Happy Face. He recalled charging in for the attack. It should have been the final blow, but after his opponent let go of his sword, the image of Happy Face jabbing him in the neck with the sword's pommel was still crystal clear in his mind. The blonde man's eyes widened in disbelief. Was that the pommel, that face? Happy Face watched the man touch his neck and offered a compliment. "You're truly flawless. Every one of your movements is airtight." He closed his eyes and shrugged. "But you always use the same repetitive style of swordsmanship." Happy Face recalled the fight's movements. All the stances were identical. Even in training, they just repeat a single style. He imagined two knights dueling, but death comes from a surprise attack, a blow that is unforeseen and unpredictable. The blonde man lowered his head and sighed. "It feels like everything I've worked so hard to build has just come crashing down." Happy Face corrected him. "It's not collapsing. You're breaking free from the mold." As he finished his sentence, the blonde man stiffened and began to tremble. The two of them stared at each other in silence, a chill hanging in the air. He scratched his head and turned to William, apologizing. "Sorry, I fought my own way," William replied. "Don't worry about it. He did an amazing job in his first match, and that's good enough." Happy Face pointed behind him and said, "Oh, and by the way, I just found an opponent for you." William looked confused, so Happy Face explained. "Not sure when it happened, but a pretty big crowd has gathered." Black text appeared on the document. Happy has confirmed his participation in the evaluation match. The captain of the night squad placed his hand on the table, smiling faintly in satisfaction. The second-class knight turned to look at him with a meaningful glance. Then he glanced away, a slight smile on his face. Winnie picked up her cloth bag and spoke. "The evaluation is coming up soon," the white-haired old woman said. "I have to go buy some meat for the little guy." The shopkeeper greeted them warmly. "Welcome, esteemed guests." Ellie cheerfully twirled in her dress and asked, "What should I wear for the evaluation day? I'm going to cheer for him," William's mother said. "But William isn't participating," the little girl replied. "I mean Happy. I absolutely have to support him." Saga looked down at the small piece of cloth placed before him. He silently read the words in his mind. "The day is near. Sharpen your blades and prepare for the assassination." The old corpse collector walked over and asked, "What's written on that?" Saga turned and replied, "It's just a piece of cloth I happened to find." Then he asked, "By the way, is something the matter?" "Sir," the old man answered slowly, "nothing serious." He held up a necklace with a skull pendant. He explained in a low voice, "Spend too much time with the dead, and they'll start to haunt you. This is a protective amulet." He handed it to Saga. "I used to wear this when I was young. Consider it a reward for your hard work." Saga immediately put it around his neck and said with emotion, "Thank you, sir. I really needed this." The old man walked past, calling back, "What you need is a salary, if you want to get paid. Get to work and prepare to follow me." In a forest shrouded in mist, Red Eye held up the small piece of cloth when a sudden noise startled him. A knight rushed over to report. "There's an assassin attacking. We must report to the royal palace immediately." Red Eye remained silent, and the knight yelled, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up!" But he was immediately struck down by Red Eye. Red Eye stared straight ahead, his gaze cold and indifferent. Karina stepped out from behind the fallen knight and declared, "The exiled bandits have disbanded. Now it's just me, here to take the king's head." Chapter 26. The man in green stabbed his sword into the man with green eyes about 50 days ago. His hands and feet were bound, cowering in a dark cell. At the same time, the bandit leader was handed over to the royal guard. Now, the man with green eyes was suspended in midair by Red Eye. He asked in a cold voice who had pushed a member of the royal family into the arena. The green-eyed man weakly uttered, "It was Lucas Tan." Immediately after, Red Eye repeatedly struck him with his weapon. I realized the man was lying, and coldly retorted, "It wasn't that nobleman." A face, twisted in terror, appeared. Lucas materialized with a cunning smile. Terrified, he kneeled on the ground before the king, confessing to the crime even though he was innocent, which appeased the king's anger and brought the matter to a close with his death. Red-Eye moved in close and asked quietly, "The case has been closed, but we are still hunting for the real culprit." The man was bewildered. "Why haven't you Red-Eyes stopped? The king has already closed the case. What reason do you people still have?" He immediately delivered a vicious punch to the green-eyed man's stomach. Red-Eye calmly met his defiant gaze and replied, "You know we're not the Night Order." He growled, "We were planning to wipe out the royal family, but you people acted first, and now the whole plan is ruined." Red-Eyes recalled the moment he infiltrated the Knights. His cover was almost blown. Someone else was targeting the royal family. He hid behind some crates, avoiding the soldiers who were frantically searching for the culprit. Red-Eyes raised a lantern to the window, his eyes watchful. The old corpse collector and Saga looked down at the body on the ground together. "We couldn't find the royal's body, so the investigation should have ended there." He just looked at Saga in silence. Red-Eyes said coldly, "If you cause this kind of trouble again, this assassination plan will go up in smoke." The green-eyed man mused, "The assassination teams are scattered everywhere." He closed his eyes and thought, "Even without me, this kingdom is already rotten to the core." Red-Eyes stared intently, demanding the truth. "If it wasn't you, then who targeted the royal family?" The man was silent for a long moment before saying a name. "Karina. She's the one who did it," Red-Eyes confirmed. "Her," the man replied softly. "She's not part of the exiled bandit gang. She was just pretending so she could get close to the king." Karina crossed her arms and looked at him, half joking. "Let me join you. Can I call you leader?" She was lurking outside the city gates, and as soon as she got the intel, she broke in and kidnapped a member of the royal family. She grabbed him by the head, mercilessly ripped out his hair, dragged him to the sewers, and shaved him bald. After that, Karina sold him to the arena. He tilted his head and tried to say, "I'm royalty, you're insane." But she replied that a slab of meat was worth much more. In the middle of the arena, he screamed, "I'm a member of the royal family. This is a mistake," someone shouted angrily. "Go find your ancestors in the pigsty, you filth." A man with blue hair just said nonchalantly, "Royalty, huh?" Red-Eyes muttered a barrage of questions. Why did she target the royal family? Was it revenge? A mission? Or was she a spy? Where did she come from? The green-eyed man answered helplessly. "She didn't say a thing." Karina pouted, her eyes full of contempt. "Damn it! Do you need a reason to kill a pig? You kill it when you're hungry, that's all." She staggered away, her hair a tangled mess, while Red-Eyes remained silent. He clenched the cloth in his hand, his voice cold. "I should have dealt with you sooner." Karina narrowed her eyes, asking, "Who are you? Do you know me?" Her gaze fell to his arm. He drew a sharp, cold knife. Red-Eyes immediately threw the knife at Karina. She ducked low, blocking the blade with her sword. Karina squinted, realizing that wasn't a weapon from the Night Order. The blade stuck into the grass, and her expression darkened. So he's not a knight. Red-Eyes swung his chain, attacking Karina. She dodged each strike, thinking, definitely not a knight. A look of amusement flashed in Karina's eyes. "Then let's see what kind of creature you are." Red-Eyes was surprised by her reaction. Karina swung her sword, shattering the chain link by link. The chain whipped off his mask, and she stared in shock at his face. "What's with that face?" Karina looked at his scarred face and asked, "Is self-mutilation a hobby of yours?" She pressed her sword to his throat, speaking slowly. "You're not one of the knights, are you?" He replied coldly. "We share the same goal as you." She was stunned. "A group besides the bandits. There are others hunting the royal family," he warned her. "If you keep causing trouble, the plan to eliminate the royals will fail. The guards will increase, and the walls will be strengthened." Karina gave a faint, provocative smile. "And you're so sure you can pull it off?" he answered firmly. "The assassination has been planned for a long time, and it's about to begin. Just as long as you stop interfering." She looked down, deep in thought. "I'm not so sure I believe you." Then she raised her sword. In that case, let me join you. I'll wait quietly for the day of action." She laid the blade flat against his side, emphasizing, "My ship has sunk, so I have to jump to another one." Right. He turned his face away. "The leader has already decided this. Follow me." Karina tilted her head and frowned. "My lord." A torch flickered dimly on the earthen wall. She flinched as his hand pressed her against the wall. He watched her without emotion and said softly, "Do not be afraid. I acknowledge and accept you." Karina's entire body trembled, her head tilted back, her eyes wide with panic. The high priest removed his hand from her face and said, "Go now." His voice lowered. "Go to my son's side and become a true servant." Karina narrowed her eyes and whispered, "Saga." Covered in a light sweat, Saga was drinking water when a strange voice spoke up. "A slave who's here for a few days." The old corpse collector glanced at Karina. "Just a hired hand." She tilted her head to watch Saga and asked insistently, "His son is human." "A son." Karina stepped closer and said softly, "I'll be staying here until the day of the challenge." Dawn broke over the arena, with 3 days left until the challenge would begin. The moon cast faint, elongated shadows of people against the white wall. The group sat around a table in a tense discussion. "We can't let the match be changed like this. There has to be a way, no matter who is involved." The brown-haired man's father slammed his fist on the table, shouting. A slave and a commoner suddenly set up a match. "Are you all looking down on the nobility?" The man in red said, "Forget the slave. But William is different." The man in brown nodded. "True, he's an exceptional scholar. The churches are fighting to sponsor him." The black-haired man raised his hand and said in a low voice, "Remember that he defeated the bandits who were hunting nobles." The man in brown gave a slight nod. "I survived thanks to him. And now his family is no less than nobility." Suddenly, someone interjected, "What if it's all a lie?" The man in brown froze. "What?" The curly-haired man's father clenched his fist, pressed it on the table, and repeated in a harsh voice. He tossed out the question and then emphasized it. "What if we've all been deceived in that case? Do you want to join a plan to finish William for good in this match?" A brown-haired man said with a trembling voice. "Are you saying that everything we believed is a lie?" His words had barely finished when another man erupted in anger. "All the effort we've put in for so long has become meaningless." William's father slammed the table and demanded, "How could someone considered useless possibly achieve such things?" Hearing this, the gray-haired man asked coldly, "Words carry weight. Are you certain about that?" At this, the man calmed down, his voice slowing as if he had regained control of his anger. "My son knows William and that slave well," the gray-haired man recalled, while a curly-haired man whispered, "His name is Happy. He's the arena champion." From there, the truth began to unravel. A man who didn't know how to fight had once been drowning in pain, and yet he was somehow able to behead 3 mercenaries and then wipe out a group of exiled bandits. It's hard to believe, isn't it? The guards reported that William only signed up for the bounty hunt. At this point, the brown-haired man thought for a long while before speaking. "I also have something to share. My son overheard a conversation between the captain and the commander. The boy heard the captain tell the commander that William was someone who had never even held a sword. He also recounted that in reality, William is an amateur who doesn't know how to use a sword." After hearing this, the brown-haired man's father asked in horror, "What? So that match was just a staged performance?" After that, the other nobles, who had been waiting for their moment, began to chime in. Many of them actually knew about that slave. One of them continued without hesitation. "I heard he used to be quite famous in the arena, but after he was nearly executed for the prince's death, they were afraid of getting involved, so they kept quiet to avoid any connection to the case. After hearing everything, it all became clear. We shouldn't target the slave. We need to take down the imposter William, and the slave will disappear on his own." Then a worried voice spoke up. "But he's been knighted now. A single mistake could be considered an offense against the crown." Someone stepped closer to the brown-haired man's father and proposed, "On the day of the tournament, we'll stage a kidnapping." They began to discuss the plan. "The fake exiled bandits I hire will kidnap a noble and then demand a duel with William. At that moment, everyone will praise William and demand that he recreate his previous performance." At this, the man gave a sinister smile. If he doesn't step up, he'll be seen as a coward. But if he does, he'll be in huge trouble. The rest of the group murmured in agreement. For the safety of a noble. The Night Order will be forced to agree. Brilliant. Let's do it. Meanwhile, Happy Face was so joyful he jumped in the air. Awesome. Ellie also cheered. Let's go. Right after that, Happy Face puffed his cheeks, taking deep breaths to build up his strength. He used all his might to push down the tree trunk in front of him. The fruit on its branches immediately came pattering down to the ground. Nai laughed as she picked up the fruit. There's so much Happy Face also quickly started gathering them. Finally, they both tossed the fruits they had just gathered into the fire. The flames flared up, burning away the dry outer shells. Happy and Ellie used their feet to crack open the charred husks. The husks burst open to reveal the nuts inside, and a fragrant aroma filled the air. The two of them smiled in satisfaction and began to eat with relish. Winnie looked down at Ellie and softly thanked her for helping her gather the herbs. Ellie looked up with a smile and replied, "It was nothing. I actually came because I wanted to play with Happy." Hearing them, Winnie smiled to herself, thinking that they both find joy in watching the falling leaves. Afterwards, they played under the trees. Ellie exclaimed that the leaves were falling like rain, and Winnie thought to herself, "Those two are so alike." Suddenly, a voice called out to the little girl, "Ellie, my mom is here. We have to go now. Goodbye. Happy bye, Miss Winnie." Ellie waved goodbye quickly. Winnie replied, "All right, be careful now," as she ran off. The little girl looked back with a bright smile. "I'll wear a nice outfit to come cheer you on tomorrow." After Ellie was gone, the two who remained were silent, lost in their thoughts. After a moment, Winnie asked softly, "The match is tomorrow. How are you feeling?" Happy gave a small smile. "I'm fine. It feels good to have someone cheering for me." Winnie looked at his smile, but she still felt anxious inside. She continued to ask worriedly, "Do you feel uncomfortable in the Night Order? Not because of what happened before, but is this really what you want?" Her voice dropped. "You've spent your entire life in combat, and the Night Order is just another form of the battlefield. Now that you're cured, your reason for fighting is gone. Are you just going to drift aimlessly?" Happy remained optimistic, asserting that this place was completely different from the arena. He picked up a piece of firewood and said slowly, "In the arena, people died every day, whether I wanted them to or not." He recalled, "Even someone who hated me died with an incomprehensible look in his eyes, which made everything feel so meaningless. But now," he smiled, "here, everyone is still alive, I'm learning more, and we can all change together." He said decisively, "That's why I like this place." Hearing this, Winnie breathed a sigh of relief. "I was worried, but it seems you're doing all right. There won't be any more life and death battles in the Night Order." Then she whispered, "The war ended in our father's generation, and now we've had 20 years of peace, paid for with great sacrifice." Winnie suddenly stood up and said to him, "Let's head back. Grandma has the meat ready." The day of the tournament arrived. The knights had all gathered. Inside a small house, a voice called out, "Who's there?" A man walked in and said, "I've brought a letter that Lucas Tan left before he died." Winnie was stunned. Seeing their bewildered faces, the man continued, "Is there a slave named Happy here?" Winnie whispered to her grandmother. "If it's that Lucas Tan," the old woman nodded. "That's right, Happy's former master, the owner of the arena." The man began his introduction. "I come from a distant land beyond the Empire's reach. He was sold from a church to a farm." Winnie replied firmly, "Happy is not a slave anymore. He is a knight apprentice. Give me the letter, and I will deliver it." The man shook his head. "No, my orders are to read this letter to Happy and Happy alone, so I must be on my way." With that, the man turned and left Winnie's house. There was only 1 hour left until the tournament, and the crowd was buzzing, rumored to have gathered because of William. The king looked around and asked where the princes and princesses were. The queen replied, "Please rest assured, Your Majesty. The Duke has gone to fetch them, and they will arrive shortly." The captain of the knights encouraged William, "Don't be nervous. Just stand your ground and you'll be fine." William nodded seriously and said, "Yes, sir." Elsewhere, everyone was in position and ready. The curly-haired and blonde-haired guys were also there, getting ready to watch the match. Seeing Happy, Ellie waved happily and called out, "Happy." Winnie's grandfather saw him and smiled. "You're looking well." Meanwhile, at another location, hidden behind the bushes, Karina spoke up. "It looks like the match is about to start." The tied up, brown-haired man struggled to ask, "Where are all the nobles?" His captor replied, "They're in hiding, pretending to have been kidnapped." One of Lucas Tan's men looked around, confirming that they weren't with the knightly order. But on the stage, high up in a tower, a servant observed and then reported, "Your Highness, the match is about to begin. Are you ready?" Suddenly, he saw something strange, his eyes widening in shock. Because he witnessed the cult leader assassinating the prince, the cult leader noticed him and immediately threw a knife, killing him. With blood pooling across the room, the cult leader finally left, back in the present. Karina recalled the past and taunted Saga. "So, you've been following me ever since William was attacked by mercenaries." She narrowed her eyes, staring straight at him, and asked, "Why would someone like you attack me at the farm?" Suddenly remembering someone, Karina's tone turned serious as she asked, "Has he become a knight already?" Saga looked down at the crowd and explained, "He was promoted based on fake achievements, which is why those nobles dared to pull a stunt like this." Karina chuckled softly. "Of course. He's not that type of person," Saga confessed seriously. "Honestly, I thought you were going to kill William that day, but you just left." Hearing this, Karina asked curiously, "Why did you think that Saga thought for a moment before explaining?" "Because you've always been so ruthless in the past. And back then, William not only reported it to the authorities but also collected a reward, so you can't say he wasn't involved." Hearing that, Karina paused, then replied nonchalantly, "That's just how I operate." Saga was stunned, still unable to fully understand this woman. Karina stated calmly, "I just enjoy seeing the fear in the eyes of the weak." Saga fell silent, repeating in his mind, "A hobby." Karina turned and walked away. Surprising Saga. "It's time to work. Where are you going?" "We're supposed to be guarding the escape route." Suddenly, his gaze was fixed on the scene below. Karina was silently taking out a guard in the distance. Saga leaped from the tree in alarm, shouting, "What are you doing? Are you insane?" Karina pulled her hood over her face and replied, "The nobles' hired soldiers are causing trouble, so I have to eliminate them." Saga immediately warned her, "The mission is to assassinate the royalty. Don't go off script." Karina shot him a sideways glance. "You once tried to kill me. What right do you have to stop me?" That left Saga speechless. He couldn't argue back, closing the distance in a single step. Karina spoke coldly, "You don't even understand your objective, and that's your mistake." She stared at him, her voice even. "The goal is to assassinate the royal family, isn't it? If that's the case, planting spies inside the city would have been enough. Why scatter assassins everywhere?" Karina had calculated everything, from their eating and sleeping arrangements to the slums where the beggars lived. She questioned him. Why choose to act during the day, in the middle of a crowd? Her voice was sharp as ice. "This is no longer an assassination. It's a massacre. The only motive that makes sense is to kill as many people as possible." Saga cut her off sternly. "Don't make assumptions." Karina scoffed. "You look like nothing more than a child who only knows how to obey his father." She pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to him. "These are the orders I took from your accomplices." A few seconds later, she asked with a faint smile, "Do your orders also mention a day of slaughter?" Looking at the paper, Saga was stunned. Karina smirked. "I bet yours doesn't say that, does it?" Turning away, she left him with a cold parting shot. "I think your father is deceiving you. He wants to seize this kingdom for himself." Saga stood frozen, his face turning pale. Karina whispered, "I'm leaving now." Cut to Karina, her sword already drawn, preparing to make her move. The group, still oblivious, urged each other on. "Hurry up, it's almost time." Karina's face was ice cold as the others whispered, "We just need to kill William and we're home free." "We won't get caught," the brown-haired man said as he walked. "The nobles' lives are on the line. All we need to do is kill William and make a clean getaway." Another man puffed out his chest. "We'll take care of the rest." Hearing the name William, Karina gave a silent, faint smile. The brown-haired man continued to swagger, whistling and urging them to walk faster. The scene shifts to another angle. "What's going on?" The guy next to him clutched his stomach and said urgently, "My stomach hurts. It must be the food. I need to use the restroom." The king glanced around, thinking to himself, "Why is everyone so late?" A guard tilted his head to speak to the person next to him. Then he told his comrade, "Take him to the portable latrine." The other man nodded. "Got it." The man with the stomachache grimaced, muttering, "The chef must have used spoiled ingredients. This hurts like hell," he grumbled. "They put the latrine so damn far away." The red-eyed man heard this and coaxed him. "Isn't a secluded place like this more convenient?" The man nodded. "You're right." Suddenly, a dark figure lunged out, attempting to ambush the brown-haired man. Instantly, he was caught in a chokehold, his face turning pale. The red-eyed man, standing nearby, was completely unaware of what had just happened. Just then, a shout made him turn his head. "The rebels are back for revenge." The voice came from the training grounds. "William, get down here." The group from before reappeared, aggressively shouting that they had captured the nobles, and demanded that William come down and fight them, or their lives would be forfeit. The gray-haired man chimed in, saying all the nobles were trapped in a cave, and that he had managed to escape and risk his life to bring the news. Another man yelled out, "Knight William. They are just the remnants of an army. Take them down just like when you defeated 100 enemies." William looked worriedly at the knight captain. Just then, a weak voice sounded out right beside him. "Help me, I am William." The brown-haired man pretended to tremble, acting completely terrified. Seeing this, the man who had shouted earlier froze like a statue, thinking, what kind of acting is this? The group playing the role of the enemy was also confused by the painfully bad acting, muttering, "Just kill him already, who can stand this performance?" "All right then," the knight captain thought silently. "It's obviously a trap set by the nobles, but bringing real swords to cause trouble is no different from attempted murder." The commoners below murmured in confusion, "What's going on? This looks like a festival." The knight captain told William, "You don't need to go down, His Majesty will handle this." Just as expected, the king's face darkened as he roared, "Who dares to stage this childish prank?" Seeing this, the curly-haired group became extremely panicked. Karina watched the scene and sighed. "I came here for William." Then she made a firm decision. These fools. While the brown-haired man was still bewildered, asking if something was wrong, Karina suddenly struck, right next to the brown-haired man. The brown-haired man panicked, not understanding what was happening. He screamed wildly, untie me now, you bastards." Karina pointed her sword with a grim face. "Do you still think this is a joke? You idiots. Make a choice. Call William down or you will all be slaughtered." William stood still, watching everything unfold, while Happy just smiled blankly. Karina curled her lips into a cold smile. "The slaughter is about to begin. Starting early is fine too," Red Eyes whispered. "Chaos. Just as predicted. Kill all the deserters after we eliminate the royal family. The day of slaughter will officially begin." Karina turned to face William, her gaze as cold as steel. William looked back, his face devoid of any emotion. A thought flashed through his mind. Every night, I have a nightmare. At those times, he would jolt awake and run through the house, filled with anxiety. Then he would see a horrifying sight. The 3 heads she chopped off in his dream belonged to his family members, leaving him completely stunned. Karina had said, her voice as cold as stone. "To me, revenge means wiping out the entire bloodline. Every day I feel like I'm going crazy because she hasn't been caught yet. Every night I wake up in fear to check on my family. And every time, I remind myself that I have to become even stronger." Even though he was exhausted, he stubbornly said, "Happy, let's go again." Returning to the present moment, William took the sword and said in a low voice, "It's a good thing you came for me, and not my family." Seeing this, the captain of the knights immediately advised, "Your Majesty, please get to safety." The king shook his head. "Even if I leave, people will still die. I can only make a choice." He smiled, hoping that his choice was the right one. While the captain looked at William, unable to guess his intentions, seeing him step forward so calmly. The captain suddenly thought, could it be that William was already prepared for this battle? In the past, William had heard many people gossip that if you keep living a lie, One day, your true nature will be revealed. Back then I thought it was just childish stubbornness. But now it seems like the most logical thing. Kok Vang stood next to Happy, bewildered by the look on his face. Karina was stunned, completely unable to understand how things were taking such a turn. Suddenly, she closed in and swiftly cut off a lock of his hair. Karina pointed directly at William and said, "One more step, and I'll finish off all the captured nobles." Brown Hair panicked after being cut, yelling, "Let me go, stop this right now." But as soon as the words left his mouth, he took a full punch to the face. He was dazed, unable to believe what was happening. The man in the long robe said coldly, "Shut up. Can't you see what's going on?" He leaned close to Brown Hair and whispered, "The act has become real." He glared, his voice ice cold. "Our lives are in danger now, so we have to take them for real." The three from the noble faction stared wide-eyed with their mouths agape, completely stunned. Gray Hair turned to his group and mumbled, "Everything is getting worse," another man replied. "We're really done for if this continues." Gray Hair turned to the noble and asked, "Why did you hire actual exiled bandits?" The man stammered. I don't know either." Sweat dripped down his face as he thought, "What the hell is going on?" A knight stood up and gave an order. "Follow me. We will stealthily rescue the captured nobles." They tailed the man in gray, who warned, "Make absolutely no noise." Gray Hair hesitated, wondering if they should really do this. Blondie placed a hand on Happy's shoulder and whispered, "It's best if you don't join the fight." Then he added in a serious tone, "If a noble dies because of you, the consequences won't be simple." William turned his head and said with absolute certainty, "Happy, I will win. Don't worry." Happy was silent, lost in thought for a long moment. He followed William's every move, thinking to himself, "He's really improved." But then he thought, "This place won't let him show his full strength." Because William's hands were trembling, this was his first life-or-death battle. His opponent was overwhelmingly powerful, and he was completely frozen by fear. Karina sneered, her words cutting deep. "What's the matter?" Feeling like a scared little puppy trembling with its tail between its legs. Then she taunted him. "Don't you think you're a little too caught up in playing the hero?" William became enraged and growled, "Shut up, I'm going to end you right here and now." Karina burst out laughing. "Well, this is a surprise. You knights are pretty good at training strays, aren't you?" She raised her sword. "Fine, I'll humor you for a little while." William immediately charged forward, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. Karina remained perfectly calm, tracking his every single movement with ease. William continued to strike again and again, but Karina simply maintained her flawless defense. He swung his sword for another strike, but Karina parried it effortlessly. Suddenly, she launched a counterattack, landing a clean hit on William. He staggered backward, his head reeling from the blow. In the next moment, he composed himself and charged straight toward Karina. This was the first time the two of them had truly clashed face to face. William's face paled as he thought quickly. "My first attack was blocked. I need to follow up with a second one." As if she had read his mind, Karina gave a faint smirk. "No more time to think, is there?" William threw himself into a defensive stance, managing to block her next attack just in time. Karina whispered, "William, move." He still didn't understand what she was talking about. Without warning, Karina suddenly swung her sword and attacked him, seeing the cut on his cheek. She lowered her sword and said softly, "If I hadn't warned you, you would be dead. I have no intention of killing you." William looked up at her, his eyes filled with frustration and resentment. Happy watched every single move the two of them made with a serious expression. The sharp, cold sound of steel clashing against steel rang out. William gritted his teeth, struggling to parry Karina's blow. Karina let out a scornful, amused laugh. William tried to strike back, but then he froze, his eyes scanning the surroundings. He lifted his head, his eyes completely vacant, as if he had finally given up all hope. He realized that all of his techniques were useless. She could kill him at any given moment. Karina brushed a strand of hair from her face and said mockingly, "My dear puppy, in the end, you're still just a frightened little dog." She moved in close to William, who simply stood there, offering no resistance. Karina raised her sword, her voice reassuring, "Don't worry, I won't make you my first kill." Just as the blonde shouted, "Counterattack!" Happy had already charged forward. Karina tilted her head, looked at William, and whispered, "Aim for the face." Then she flashed a bizarre smile. He charged straight towards the spectator stands. William's mask fell off, revealing eyes full of determination. William suddenly countered, catching Karina completely off guard. Karina was struck and thrown backward. William, his face cold as iron, declared, "Even fear was part of the plan." He pushed Karina to the ground, his hands covered in blood. The crowd roared, "William, William, William!" Karina was stunned, unable to believe what had just happened. She couldn't wrap her head around how someone who was just trembling could dare to counterattack. He was ready to die. She recalled past battles, where people grew arrogant and underestimated their enemies. With a resolute gaze, he said, "I knew an opportunity would come in a fight like this." He moved closer, his eyes locked on Karina. Karina looked up at the sky, gasping for breath, her head spinning. Meanwhile, the men in robes were in an uproar. A brown-haired person struggled, yelling, "Let me go," one of the robed men said. "We are only following the noble's orders." The nobles panicked, shouting, "Your Majesty, kill them all. They have no honor, they lost and still won't keep their word." The robed man, furious, yelled back, "What, you were the one who ordered William's execution, who knew it would turn out like this?" The noble's face turned beet red as he retorted, "This is a trap. It's all lies, deceit, and nonsense." The brown-haired person collapsed, sobbing, as the two sides continued to argue relentlessly. All of this unfolded before the king's eyes. He looked down and asked in a low voice, "What is going on?" Beside him, the captain reported respectfully, "Your Majesty, something is very wrong." He glanced around before reporting, "Everyone has vanished. The prince and princess have not arrived, and the duke and queen have not returned either." Hearing this, the king panicked, his mind racing to the worst possible scenario. "Could it be that they—" The captain shouted, "Where are all the soldiers? Where is the commander?" A knight ran up, reporting that everyone had gone to rescue the nobles. A worried voice cried out, "What?" The captain roared, "Get them back here now." "Something is wrong," the knight replied. "Yes, sir." The scene changes as a white dove flies across the spectator stands. It flies farther and farther away from the chaotic scene. Suddenly, the dove spots something in the distance. In a rocky cave, a figure is walking slowly. Knight Hector speaks up, asking, "Commander, are you all right?" Seeing a figure approach, he called out softly, "Commander," but when he got a clearer look, the knight froze, for only one survivor stood before him. He ran over and questioned him urgently. "Sir, what happened? How could this be?" The commander said grimly. "The exiled bandits had nothing to do with this. It was all orchestrated by someone else." The knight looked around, wondering if they were numerous enough to slaughter all the soldiers and then vanish. The commander walked quickly, replying, "They've all fled." The knight followed, asking, "All of them?" The commander snapped. "There's no time. We have to go back and warn everyone immediately." The two of them immediately rushed back toward the barracks. Karina lay there, looking up and calling William's name. She was breathing heavily, reminding him that danger was drawing near, and soon no one here would be left alive. William grew even more confused, looking at her with complete bewilderment, despite the pain that made her sweat. Karina still said, "I only pulled you out of there because you caught my interest." William asked her in a low voice, "Is there anyone else involved in this?" Karina looked down and gave a faint smile. "No, the exiled bandits have been completely wiped out," she continued. "The one who destroyed the arena, the one who drove off the bandits, and a phantom that appeared. But all of that has become so insignificant." Her words made William suspicious. "What does that mean?" Karina concluded coldly. "The day of slaughter has begun." The knight captain tilted his head and asked the soldier beside him, "Have you summoned the commander?" At that very moment, that same knight suddenly charged forward to attack the captain. Karina was still whispering, "The king will die." The captain sprang up to protect His Majesty the King at all costs. He even sacrificed both of his arms to block the blow. Karina continued, "And then, they will all die too." The captain watched with a grim face. William stood in silence, and Happy still hadn't fully grasped the situation. The populace fell into chaos. their screams echoing throughout the square. A man yelled, "Get your weapons, this is the end." Suddenly, someone lunged and attacked him, throwing everyone into a panic. "What is happening?" the crowd shrieked. "Help!" Finn stared, wide-eyed, as he watched others being slaughtered. A deep, warm voice called his name. "Finn." A white-haired figure shouted, "Be on your guard, there's a traitor among us." A civilian ran up screaming for help, and a knight told them, "Quick, this way." A moment later, that same civilian turned around and killed the very knight who was leading them to safety. He looked up to the sky and roared, "This is the beginning of a new era." Happy stood frozen, watching the chaos, until their eyes locked onto a single spot. It was where Winnie and her family were fighting off their attackers. Happy immediately rushed to save them. Karina lay exhausted on the ground, trying to tell William to run. A robed man was about to strike Ellie, who cowered with her hands over her head. Happy appeared and unleashed a devastating blow that took him down. But right after, he turned as a new attack came at him. Winnie lunged forward to take the hit for him. Before the man could touch her, William appeared and finished him off. Winnie's family was finally safe. The captain of the knights hurriedly carried the king on his back, muttering, "Your Majesty, please don't pass out." Suddenly, a chain appeared and wrapped tightly around his arm, pulling him to a stop. The captain was stunned, not understanding what was happening. As the red-eyed man appeared before him, he coldly told the captain, "The kingdom has already been taken. Accept your fate." The captain bit his lip and turned away, not bothering to reply. He gazed into the distance, where buildings were shrouded in thick smoke. Then he turned back to the assassins and immediately charged into battle. He finally understood that this country had been rotting from within for a long time. This wasn't the work of a small group. How could so many traitors have infiltrated without anyone knowing? The red-eyed man spoke with a righteous air. "We are bound by our faith," he continued smugly. "No matter where or how we live, we all worship him." The man on the ground managed to chime in, "Waiting for the day he walks and stains this land red." The king stared intently at that man, which made the captain even more confused. The king said slowly, "I know who they are. They're a cult born from the age of war. Long before the knights appeared, there was an organization that worshipped a demon-like entity during the war. They believed that this demon would end all wars and create a new order. Because of its terrifying power, they believed it to be the will of God. When one empire fell, other empires fearfully formed an alliance to confront it, but the demon vanished. That knight became an exile. I once thought he had been defeated by the demon," the captain asked in astonishment. "But didn't you say you didn't believe in such things?" The king shook his head. "No. When I heard that an entire order of knights was taken down by a single person, I knew he was the demon. Even though he was in hiding, I feared the demon would follow the scent of blood to find him. I advised the surviving knight to run away, but he wanted to keep fighting. I was forced to brand him a liar." He bowed his head, his voice heavy with regret. "The demon's existence is a secret known only to the king and the pope, so I did a cruel thing, but I had to make a choice, because if the demon returned, the kingdom would be doomed. Even after the war ended, we built our walls thicker and executed anyone suspected of consorting with demons. I used to believe this was the safest place in the world." His voice turned sorrowful. "But that very safety made our kingdom the perfect target. The cult chose the safest nation as a sacrifice to summon the demon." The seeds of evil sown in the past had taken root throughout the era of peace. As the king continued his long tale, Saga's mind was in turmoil. Looking at the king, Saga suddenly understood. The monarch rumored to have gone mad only ever wanted to preserve peace, a reality far different from the stories he'd been told. Then he thought of his own faction and realized that it was his people, the demon worshippers, who were the true sowers of evil. He lifted his head, thinking of all the acts of judgment and salvation he had carried out. He had believed it was God's will. Were all the sins he'd committed truly just to summon that long-lost demon, a being so powerful it could rival God himself? Considering everything, he wondered, could his father have hidden this entire truth from him? The red-eyed man turned to him and prompted, "Saga, head to the castle. The high priest is waiting." He stated plainly that the high priest wanted him to witness this moment and accept their existence. He urged him on, "Go now." We'll finish off the survivors and follow you shortly." Saga remained silent, his gaze fixed on some unknown point in the distance. The king raised his head, his eyes heavy with sorrow and regret. Saga lowered his gaze, then reluctantly turned and started walking toward the high priest. He trudged onward, the sounds of the ongoing massacre echoing behind him. Suddenly, an image of Winnie flashed in his mind. "I brought you something." Saga, the memory made him falter. Then, the old gravedigger appeared. "This is a reward for your diligence. It will protect you from the dead." Saga stepped over a human skull, feeling as though he were walking on a road paved with the dead. He clutched the item the gravedigger had given him. The high priest's voice echoed in his mind. "Saga, this mission is your initiation. Remain calm and accept it." A bleak atmosphere enveloped the distant tower that loomed over the grandstand. A shadowy figure quietly opened the door and stepped into the dark room. Seeing him, the high priest spoke. "I've been waiting for you, Saga." Saga silently bowed his head as he gently closed the door behind him. Without daring to look him in the eye, Saga asked, "The plan for a true world that you've spoken of since I was a child, is this what you meant?" The high priest slowly descended the steps and affirmed, "Yes. Your decision to join us was always preordained." His words confirmed all of Saga's suspicions. He whispered, "We." Then he looked at the high priest and asked with trepidation, "Are we worshippers of evil demons?" The high priest replied without hesitation, "We are. Now that you know the whole truth, how do you feel?" Saga squeezed his eyes shut. "I can't bear to look." His voice was choked with emotion. "But as always, you get what you want. Father, I never even knew how powerful our followers were." The high priest placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "The future holds something far greater. Now, we must prepare for the new world." Seeing him tremble, the cult leader wondered, "Everything is over now, so why are you still afraid?" Saga closed his eyes and explained that behind that door, they were screaming like they were about to burst through. He felt they were about to charge through the door. Hearing this, the cult leader stared at the door pensively, saying nothing more. He looked at Saga, who said with a trembling voice, "This talisman is holding back the undead." The cult leader quickly reassured him, "There are no undead. Saga, just destroy it." But Saga shook his head in panic. "No, I can't. They'll drag us away with them." The cult leader concluded, "You are still so weak. It's just an illusion born from your fear." Then he violently ripped the talisman from Saga's neck. He threw it on the ground and stomped on it, crushing it completely. The cult leader said, "Look at the door. For the dead, there is only silence." Saga obeyed and turned his head back to look. He stared intently and saw a black liquid seeping in from the crack under the door. The door burst open, and a horde of the undead swarmed in, looking absolutely terrifying. Saga cried out in horror. The undead. They charged straight towards the two of them. The cult leader sensed something and covered his face, stunned by the sight before him. He turned to look at the person who had just walked in. Happy Face tightened his grip on the chains, his entire body radiating a dangerous aura as he stared at the cult leader. Saga was stunned, and even the cult leader's spirit wavered. Happy Face spoke calmly, "I've grown tired of seeing the dead. I don't want to become a monster. That's why I only fight in non-lethal ways." Hearing this, Saga's eyes trembled with realization. He recalled the battles he had witnessed, arenas filled with the marks of bare-handed combat. Bodies were scattered everywhere, yet there were no cuts, only bruises. He never understood why that man fought like that. Even during the extermination of the exiled bandit gang, no one died. All of them were intentionally spared. Saga remembered his father's words and grew even more bewildered. He still couldn't understand why Happy Face would fight that way in a death match. Seeing the look in Saga's eyes, he repeated, "I don't want to become a monster." Saga was even more astonished by his words. Happy Face suddenly roared, "But then you people appeared and slaughtered them all." His face twisted in disgust, "Because you people aren't human. You're demons." Saga was speechless, unable to believe they had slaughtered everyone. "The cultists have infiltrated the entire arena. Even on the roads leading back to the kingdom, was there truly no one armed? I walked here immediately after the chaos erupted, and not long after, he appeared as well. That means he pursued me at my own walking speed. How is that possible?" The high priest calmed himself, drew his sword, and said contemptuously, "So, Not even hundreds of battles could stop you. Do you really expect me to believe such a ridiculous boast? Happy Face's grin widened maniacally as he tightened his grip on the chain and began to swing the weapon. The rotation accelerated, the chain whizzing menacingly in front of the high priest in a clear challenge. He remained calm, saying, "You brazenly took one of our weapons." Ignoring him, Happy Face immediately launched his first attack. Seeing the iron weight hurtling toward him, the high priest sneered. "Another one of our finely forged weapons, is it?" He easily parried it with his short sword, deflecting the chain to the side. He smirked. "Foolish boy." Happy Face was a bit surprised to see his attack blocked so effortlessly. The high priest counterattacked, pulling a dagger from his robes and hurling it straight at him. But he had underestimated his opponent. Happy Face deftly caught the blade between the links of his chain. Seizing the opening, he swung the chain and continued his assault. The high priest couldn't react in time and was sent flying. Saga managed to dodge, escaping unharmed. Without pausing, Happy Face immediately rushed forward to follow up. He whipped the chain toward the high priest, his other hand rummaging in his pocket. A faint smile still on his face, he suddenly threw something. It was the same dagger the high priest had thrown before, now hurtling straight back at its owner. With a sickening slice, blood burst from the high priest's face. The dagger sliced a long gash across his face before thudding into the ground. Happy Face quickly pulled his chain back. His smiling expression didn't falter in the slightest. The high priest began to panic. Such mastery. It was absurd. He couldn't hold back his question. "How can you wield our weapons so skillfully? Just who are you?" But Happy Face didn't bother to answer. "Words are useless. Let's fight." Suddenly, his face seemed to warp into that of an old man, his form blurring. The high priest frowned, realizing something was terribly wrong. In the illusion, he remembered the one who had once made him bow in reverence. "I will obey you. I will serve you." Happy Face's expression was now a grotesque overlap of two different emotions. The patriarch was stunned, his entire body frozen in place. He stared intently at him, feeling as if he were encountering a divine being for the first time. Pressure, awe, sanctity, and panic all swirled within him. How could the being I've worshipped for so long suddenly appear here? It's impossible. Perhaps I have grown weak from waiting too long, with no worthy opponents left. He suddenly collapsed to his knees, raising his hands and murmuring a prayer of flesh and blood. Happy Face seized the opportunity, swinging his chain to wrap it tightly around the patriarch's waist. The patriarch snapped out of his trance and hastily grabbed hold of the chain. He put all his strength into pulling the chain, stumbling backward forcefully. This bizarre action made Happy Face pause, completely bewildered by what was happening. Only then did he speak calmly. "From the very first blow, I didn't understand why you would chain a giant beast to yourself. On the contrary, you are the one who is struggling and lost." Happy Face's eyes widened, unable to believe what the patriarch had just said. The patriarch took advantage of his distraction, drawing his sword and lunging forward, but fortunately, Happy Face dodged just in time. Happy Face retreated and counterattacked with his knife, but the patriarch parried it with ease. The two clashed fiercely, the sound of their weapons echoing relentlessly. One attacked while the other defended, one struck while the other blocked. The patriarch lunged straight at Happy Face, but was blocked by him with just a small knife. He relentlessly increased his speed, trying to force an opening, but Happy Face cleanly parried every single blow. It was unclear how much time had passed before they both came to a stop. Looking down, their weapons were still locked in the exact same position as when they started. But the tide had turned. Happy Face realized the patriarch had closed the distance. Had he secretly wrapped another loop of the chain during their clash? "I'm starting to feel uneasy. Every time the momentum shifts, every time our weapons cross, every time our eyes meet. It's as if I'm fighting a completely different person each time." Saga, who had been watching, felt a storm of confusion. The breathing, the gaze, the killing intent. It all kept changing. It couldn't be coming from just one person. He yelled, "It's the undead father. An undead has infiltrated our ranks." But the patriarch refused to believe it, dismissing him immediately. "There are no undead." Saga, hearing the father and son argue, Happy Face smirked, as if to say, gods only exist for those who believe in them. For someone who believes in the undead shall appear. Hearing this, Saga froze, unable to comprehend what he was implying. Happy Face continued, I remember every opponent I've ever fought, because it's the only way to truly understand someone in the arena. Those memories constantly flood my mind, day after day, without end. Only the ones I have slain still seek me out in my dreams, to continue our endless battle. I can still feel the aftershocks of my fights with them echoing through this body. That is why I can never forget, not even for a single second. And now, you have been dragged into that very same cycle.